We immediately ran into some balancing stuff, some stat stuff. I think we're going to look at a little bit at how we can remedy some of that. Oh my gosh! Oh! Oh! Might have to nerf the rogue a little bit. And I guess cleric can just attack. Don't! Oh my gosh! The mage is never gonna level up. The mage is never gonna level up. Excuse me, that's rude. Oh my god! I was just about to say, why is she being targeted so much? Hey guys, it's me, Phil from Arlic Games, and we are here making a sim using RPGMaker MV. For those of you that are new here, I am making an RPG from start to finish. I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible, and part of the reason for that is that it can act like a tutorial. If you have never used RPG Maker before, or maybe you have and you want to learn more about how to use it, then you can check this stream out because I will try to teach you as we go along. All my previous streams are up on Twitch and they are also uploaded to my YouTube. So if you just look up Arluc, A-R-L-U-C Games on YouTube, you will find me there, and you can find the How to Make an RPG playlist and let that run through, give me some more views, give you some more knowledge, win-win all around. And if you are watching on YouTube, please like the video, leave a comment, tell me about your favorite JRPG character and why you love them so much. After you leave a comment, please subscribe so that way you can see more and more of these How to Make an RPG videos, as well as whatever other stuff I decide to put out there. Guys, I hit 200 subscribers. So big love to everyone that has subscribed from all places that you've come from. Really appreciate it. That's crazy that we've been able to grow that way. So I hope we continue to get bigger and better. So thank you so much for your support. If you do happen to watch me on Twitch and you become a follower, you can have your own NPC in the game. There's a Google form that you can fill out and it will tell me how to put you in the game, and I will do that. Also, if you're watching on Twitch and you're racking up channel points, you can redeem those points to change the names of things within the game, such as items, weapons, armor, even enemies. And there's other fun little things that you can do for your NPC as well. You can buy them a house. You can make them have a room in the castle. So many things that you can do, you know, just as a further incentive to watch me go on and on about this game that I'm trying to make. When we do finish this game, we're going to upload it to itch.io. I'm going to walk you through the process of what that looks like. We're going to try and make trailers for it. You know, we'll look at what you got to do to try and market your game. You know, where we post it and what kind of reception we receive. So, you know, we're going into all of that. And then once that's all done, and hopefully people play the game and we get some feedback on it, we're going to take the game, because that's another thing. The whole game that I'm making is going to be within the base engine of RPG Maker, just to show what's possible and also to restrict myself, because restriction breeds creativity. When you limit yourself and you work within those limits, it's amazing the kinds of things you can come up with. When we are finished and we get all that feedback, we're going to take the game and we're going to polish the crud out of it. And hopefully it's not a turd, because you know what happens when you polish a turd. But we're going to polish the game up. We're going to give it new assets, new music, or, you know, rework a whole bunch of stuff based on the feedback we get. And then we're going to release it to Steam, and we'll show you how to do that as well. And it will also be a learning process for me too, because I have not released a game on Steam yet. So that will be really exciting. So if any of that I just mentioned interests you at all, please stay tuned, come along on the journey, and let's make a simple RPG together. Yeah, at the moment we're working on combat. Last stream, we just about laid the foundation for the Earth Temple and the Earth Temple encounters. We immediately ran into some balancing stuff. some stat stuff. I think we're going to look at a little bit at how we can remedy some of that. The mage died. The mage died. We got, we were playtesting the combat and the mage got killed immediately. So that was really funny and really fun and makes sense. They're a glass cannon, that's what you get. So yeah, we're going to keep building out the combat. Hopefully we can finish creating the higher level versions of the Earth Temple enemies and then map them all out, balance our skills a little bit better. We got to rework the skills as well. Yeah, we need to, because right now, yeah, we've seen what the enemies can do, but we're not really seeing much of what our party can do. So we're going to get the skills up to level 3, because that's what we're working on right now, the level 1 through 3 area. And that's how I want to structure these combat streams, and working on this combat. Because if I make all the enemies at once, make all the skills at once, I'm gonna burn out. I'm not gonna enjoy it. I'm gonna lose creative spark. So chopping and changing is a good way to do it. Compartmentalizing as well. So we're still just focusing on the level 1 through 3 enemies. We're going to do the level 1 through 3 skills and blah, 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 blah. Okay. Does that sound good? Well, sounds good to me. And my opinion is the only one that matters. So I need to shut up. Let's get right into it. Let's first off, also, I forgot to mention, in the last stream, I showed off one of my older RPGMaker projects that, never saw the light of day. And I forgot to mention that I wouldn't have had that file if it weren't for my good friend, Steven back home in Victoria. He reached out to me and said, hey, I've got these files from when you shared your game with me. And so, yeah, big shout outs to Steven. Hope you see this in the YouTube vid, because he's not on Twitch. But, yeah, and he has an NPC in the game as well, actually. Happy to do that for him. That sounds fabulous. Let's continue. Let's leave the Earth Temple. So, again, if you're not familiar, all of these maps at the moment are placeholder, although this world map is pretty much how it's going to be, I reckon. Also, why am I still able to dash? I thought I disabled dashing. I need to change that. Cool. So, Silver Doubloons, the pirate, right now is over at the docks. And there he is. Ahoy, mateys! How are the winds blown for ye? And that's the phrase that Silver Doubloons chose. I'm definitely going to flesh out these NPCs more later on. Yeah, right. It was very strange creating your character. I've customized your sprite a little bit. You used to have human ears. Obviously, we wanted to get rid of those so that you only had the cat ears. What I don't like is that we don't have the brown coloration up the top here, so you look like a weird bald cat baby thing. But I think the eyes look really cool, and the eye patch works, even though the eye patch is technically on the wrong side. I could flip that very easily, actually. I should do that. Or if I just flip your portrait, actually, that'll be the easier thing to do rather than having to flip all the assets. But yeah, there you are. And hey, Silver, if you have a look at the channel points, you can, I don't know if you want, Silver Doubloon, I kind of like him hanging out on the docks, right? Because he's a piratey dude, it kind of makes sense. But if you want, he can hang out at the bar as well. You can redeem that with channel points. I don't know how many you've got. There is also one where you can make your NPC give an item to the player. That's so awesome. Thank you for immortalizing me, right? So now all I got to do is make this game good really good and get it noticed, and then that'll actually mean something. Well, actually, no, it does mean something already. That's the thing. If this game, I finish it and, you know, 10 people play it, and if out of those 10, if at least one of them enjoys it, I've done my job. The hundreds and hundreds of hours for just one person to enjoy it, totally worth it. Which it would be. So long as they upload a video of them playing through it and showing me how much they enjoy it, because I think that's very valuable. But yeah, that's you. You're in the game. And if you want to be in the game, look, I will say, if you fill in the Google form and you tell me that you're not following me on Twitch because for whatever reason you don't have Twitch, or you don't trust me and you don't want to follow me, or you've been taught as a child that it's wrong to follow people, that's completely fine. Still fill out the form and I'll still put you in the game. The follower requirement is just a way for me to build my community. But if you just really want an NPC in this game, because you believe in this project, or you just want, see, this is another follower. I bring wisdom into thy world. You can be anything you want. You could be a chest, you could be a barrel, you could be a door. You just tell me, and as long as it's possible within the RPGMaker engine, I will make it happen. So, yeah, do that, because I would love to put you in the game. Cool. So I don't think we need to go over anything else at the moment. So, I guess one thing I want to do first, we're going to redo the skills for the player, for the party. I want to redo the enemy skills. I want to redo the formula for them. So attack. So right now, do you work on this off stream? A little bit. I did, when I was working on the fishing mini game, because I wanted to be kind of done with the fishing mini game, I worked on it a little bit outside of the stream, just to like polish some things up, just correct some little mistakes and things. But for the most part, I try to just work exclusively on stream. It's good motivation for me. Also, it gives me a chance to have a break from it, and let spending that offline time gives me a chance to think of things. Every time I check in, you've got so much done. Oh yeah, we're powering through it for sure. I surprise myself with how much progress we're actually making. I'm very scared about actually completing this. it's becoming more and more real, because I've made games before, but they've always been so small in scope that they're finished within a month, right? So there's not as much attachment to the project. But considering that, I don't know how long we've been working on this now, but this is like the 24th stream. 24, yeah, so 24 days, a couple of hours each. Well, 2 to 4 hours stream per stream. So yeah, we've spent at least a full 2 days worth of dev time on this. And yeah, I think too that shows off the power of this engine, is how much is already sort of built in. It's just about sort of tweaking things, filling out your database. It allows you to get a lot done in a short amount of time. Obviously, if I had to code all of this from scratch, I'd still be setting things up. So what I want to do is change this. I could change the stats, right? I could half the defense stats to make them not as potent and not as high. Did I change? Yeah, I did. So strength, endurance, intelligence, wisdom. Yeah, I could make these stats half as much as they currently are, but that would be kind of annoying. And this way, by changing the damage formula, I feel like this is the easier way to do it, right? Because I can always change it back. So we're gonna do B defense divided by 2. Also, these extra spaces that I put in, you don't need. I'm pretty sure you can just do everything close together like this. But I just put the spaces to just for a bit more legibility. We do in skills. I'm just slightly tweaking the skills a little bit first. I want to make it that your defense stat only does half the work that it's doing. So, because attacks are very, watching back through the stream footage, yeah, attacks are can be very weak. So I wanna make them do a bit more damage. Also, welcome trailer. Good to see you, my friend. I mean, I don't need to do it for these, but so all of these attacks are gonna do way more damage now. This I need to MDF divided by 2. All right. Boom. 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 Now I'm doing the brackets so that it does this calculation first before it applies the rest. So as long as you know your BODMAS, BOMDAS, whatever acronym you guys use for wherever you're from, you know, it all computes the same. It applies those rules, and that's healing, so we don't need damage. Um. Hmm. I need to make a thing for fish skills down here. How's the data entry at work going? The monotony. Oh, I only had to do that for like 2 days. They only rostered me on for 2 days. It was much better the second day, I think, because I was more comfortable with what I was doing. So I was able to just really power through it. Oh, actually no, and even then, I only did it for half the day before they pulled me to be on Switch, which is like taking calls and doing emails and stuff. And I did switch again today. Far out, man. I was like firing on all cylinders, just like really trying to keep up with everything. And we did, but it just felt never ending, man. I just was like, usually there's a nice kind of ebb and flow where, you know, there'll be a bunch of emails, a bunch of calls that come in and then kind of quiet for a bit. But this was just like nonstop. So I was a bit drained, but I'm trying to keep the energy up for you guys. All right. So yeah, so let's see what that looks like now that we've changed the skills. Did I do that right? Was all the skills? Also, what does the Kiss of Life do right now? 30% HP recovery. Okay. Charge does that. How much does charge cost? 15. But you recover half your MP. Spin yourself and recover half your MP. What else was I thinking about? I wanted to know how much TP gain. Do I want to increase this? I feel like I want to increase this. I feel like it's taking too long to be able to use skills. We appreciate the energy. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I kind of want to, you know, this is hard, right? This balancing part, because I want the speed of attacks. I want the speed of combat. I want your resources to be flowing, you know? I want your TP, which is, yeah, which I've called AP for action points. I want those to, you know, to not have to wait so long in the battle to get enough points to use a skill. You know, I kind of want you using skills fairly often to keep combat moving. And so that you engage with the skills, you know, because I feel like a lot of the time you don't use your skills because you go, oh, they cost so much to use, and then it takes so long to get them back again. Like, you know, I don't know if this is for everyone, but you know, you can get yourself into that mindset where, you know, the scarcity of resources makes you hoard them, and then you never actually properly engage with the game. You never properly engage with the combat. It's like the easiest way to think about it, the most relatable thing is potions, items. You go, I'm not going to use this item right now because I might need it later. And then you get to the end of the game and you still haven't used any of those items because you've hoarded them the whole time, thinking, oh, I might need them for the next encounter. When really, the game is designed, or should hopefully be designed, to be drip feeding you these resources so that if you're using them regularly throughout the game, you're never going to be wanting, but, you know, you're not, you know what I mean? The amount of games I've finished with 1 billion health potions, right? And that's really hard to balance that kind of economy anyway. And with the development cycle, the late game stuff is, depending on how you're designing your game, that's always going to be the hardest stuff to try and balance for. Because you can't account for every kind of player. The ones that rush through and don't level up properly, the ones that spend way too long leveling up, and you know, it's how to balance, how to do these things. So sometimes you just, you know, I'm not going to try and spend too much time sweating over this stuff, but I do want to show some level of care, some level of thought put into you know, the resource economy in this game. Also because it's very short. I don't know how long it's going to be, but it's going to be a smaller game, right? So that gives me more opportunity to polish and refine, because it's not such a huge scale that, you know, it's impossible to finesse these things. But I say that, and we'll see how that actually goes once we've gotten further into the development of the game. But already, you know, I'm just like, oh, should I 10 TP or 15 TP? How much? How much? What's good? What's healthy? And we haven't even, you know, mapped out all the skills yet. I don't know. 15 might be too much. You might be swimming in it and just spamming your ultimate attacks all the time. Let's try the new damage formulas. Let's see what that looks like. Game won't be small after you add the blimp racing mini game. Okay. Oh, this is good actually, because the clerics are really beefy. They have high defense stat and they heal all the time. They have high health. They have weak attack, so they're not the strongest attackers, but yeah. Also, I'm wondering, there's an attribute that you can give that actually stores your AP between battles. The way it works right now in the default engine is that every time you start a battle, you will start with a random AP amount. And there's no way to tweak this, by the way. Like, I can't choose what this amount is going to be. You start with a random AP amount, and yeah, every time you start a new battle, it will be random, right? You have no control over that. which I don't really like that much. But if we do that, it stores your AP, then between battles, you can actually bank your AP up, which I think could be more fun, because then you could walk into a battle and go, well, I'm just going to spam attacks this whole round. You know, you save your AP up for the boss, so you can absolutely annihilate them. You know, giving the player that kind of freedom is kind of nice. We'll try it out and we'll see how it feels. But for now, here's what it is. Twin Fireball, yeah boy. Let's get rid of this guy. Yeah, it does way more damage. Oh, also everybody's level 3. This isn't accurate. Oh, did I make a no? I'm so stupid. I need to make a save where they're at different levels. Or I need to make a debug. I need to make a debug where I can set the player level. Alright, let's start a new game. Start a new game. This is gonna be annoying because this is gonna take ages. Sorry guys, you've seen this a million times. Also, before I forget, let's make the world map disable dashing, okay? I'll find that it's easier to use something that naturally regenerates, so I'll use a regenerating health potion way more than a finite one. Yeah, one that has like limited uses in battle, like you can only use a healing potion 3 times or something like that. That could, like I have in my game The Pit, you have a skill that heals you, but after you use it, you have to wait 3 turns before you can use it again. And with how much damage you take from the enemies, that's actually really scary. Like it comes in really clutch. Like you'll be like, oh god, 3 turns, and then. But it's kind of good too, because it makes you not spam healing, right? It restricts it, and it tries to force you to use it more strategically. But who knows? I might change it. Mighty S is fast design. Yeah, it's an ingenious design. But you know, again, it depends on the kind of encounters that you're having. I think, you know, because we're trying to keep this more traditional turn-based combat, I don't know, you know, and I want a shop economy, you know, I want, you know, you to go to the shops and buy items for healing and that kind of thing. The what? You don't know what you've played Dark Souls. Don't be like that. What am I doing? I need money. I know this concept from Dark Souls. The Estus flask was your health potion that it only regenerated at 1 point. Yeah. So we're not going for that kind of approach, that kind of design. Yeah, so it just depends on what you want to do. It's obviously a very good way to, you know, do resource management and health management, but this isn't a punishing Dark Souls type of game. This is a typical JRPG. Maybe played an hour of Dark Souls years and years ago. I see. That's fair. That's fine. You'd relate a lot to this guy right here. Yeah, there's someone living under there. It's you, trailer. Cool. Okay, we need to buy weapons. And we'll buy armor as well. Eventually we'll go back to beat it. One day. You know, I haven't beaten it. I'm at the bar, not under a rock. that fast. Yeah. Yeah. What items do we want to buy? Actually, I'm going to keep the gold, the 200 gold, because that will give us a chance to rest at the inn. Final 19. Okay, so we're level 1. Okay. Save. Oh, the full party again. Are we going to be surprised? No. Okay, good. This is how the mage died last time. The wolf just like went straight for it. 69 damage. Nice. Just destroyed. Get rid of that mage and get rid of the rogue and get rid of the mage. Oof. Okay, yeah, definitely more considerable damage. Yeah, that feels a bit better. Although, no, it's almost too much. Nice. This isn't even a fight anymore. But this is level 1, right? And as we jump up to level 3, because this is the thing, you're going to be fighting these 4 enemy types throughout the entire temple. The only thing that's going to be changing is that their level and stats are going to increase as you progress through the temple. And so, yeah, hopefully it becomes more difficult and more interesting and more nuanced that way. And it gives you a chance to become as familiar as possible with these enemy types. It's me BSing my way into saying I definitely designed the game well. So, okay, you definitely hit a lot harder. That made the combat so much shorter. But you're also level 1. You should be expecting battles to be like this. But maybe I want it to be more tense. But I didn't like that, you know, I'd get hit for 3 damage, you know? The numbers need to be bigger. They need to feel more impactful. Okay. So that's that. So now let's make the party skills properly, right? These were just placeholder ones that I made. So I do like the idea of the knight having attacks that damage everyone, but they're meant to be an all-rounder, right? So they have to have like utility. They have to be, the skill set has to be so that when, as you lose party members, the knight is still carrying a lot of the load. Will we keep this as big slash? Let's look at the different slash animations. Right, already seen that. General special? I mean, I'm going to be making, our own custom animations down the road anyway. Hmm. Fun. That's fine. We'll keep it what it is. Well, I kind of wanted it to be like a... Should we make our own first custom animation? Hmm. Hmm. Let's do it. Okay. So, we're going to copy physical effect. Hmm. We take this one. Hello? Did I not copy it? There we go. Big slash. Definitely want a better sound effect. Oh, I don't like that. Why is that so bad? For a fishing skill, it could be big splash. Oh yes, changing the naming. I like that. I like that. Although we wouldn't have a big splash skill because it wouldn't make sense. Because you only have a first fish one-on-one. But I guess it could, yeah, it could still work. The name, at least. Hmm. Hmm. Why not? Why not? Now, ugh. Are we really getting? Do I really want to get into this? Okay, we're gonna make it screen, so it hits the screen. We want. Let's not complicate this. Let's. Ugh, should I get into this? So, okay, you've got the naming convention here. You've got images, right? You can have up to 2 images that you can overlay and use the animation frames from. So we only have the slash image here. So you only have access to these 5 frames. And you can do with these frames whatever you want. You can also have multiple of the same. You can have, I don't know if there's a limit, but like, yeah, I could put, this slash frame animation multiple times. I could make it, 100 strikes. Just puns off of the normal skills. Yeah, right. That's usually a good way to do it. So we can actually change the color of the sprite as well, right? So maybe we'll make it a more red thing. Okay. And I want to make all of these bigger. So if we do okay, I was explaining more things. The position here tells you the position that the animation is going to play. So you can say, so we can change the, oops. We can change the target. The dragon is not the best one to do, right? Because, the way the body is, you kind of want something that tells you, this attack hits the head, this hits the body, this hits the feet, this hits the screen. So we could put the captured in there. We change it to head and press play. So you can see that it moves the animation up so that the center of the animation hits the head. We can do the center. It hits more to the center, and then we do feet. It's more the feet. And then if we do screen, it doesn't display it properly, but obviously this animation plays across the entire screen instead of on an individual enemy. So we want to make it screen because it's an attack that hits everyone, right? But this little slash animation is too small. I want to make it bigger. So here we've got SE for sound effect and flash timing. So this is where we can add flashes. So you can see here the enemy flashes there with the white. That's what this is doing. This flash here. And so it says for how long to do it for and on what frame. So it happens on the first frame. They flash for 2 seconds, right? And you can put in as many of these things as you want. You can layer sound effects on top of each other to create something more unique. Right? So now that's kind of cool. Right? It's really long. What does that look like? Yeah, you could get really involved with this, right? How if we do that? Nah, that's bad. All right, we'll keep it simple for now, right? And so yeah, you can pick whatever sound effect you want. You can change the flash so that it hits the target, the screen. Oh, it can. I didn't realize you can make it so that the target disappears. Wait, what were these settings? Wait, if I exit out of that, it will still keep all that the same. So now, yeah, it made them disappear. So that's kind of cool. But we want that instead. Also, we can change the flash so that instead of a white, you know, maybe it's more of a red flash, right? Looks more like it's being damaged. We make that more considerably red. You can send that target to the shadow realm, right? Yeah, you can make an animation that looks like that, where the target disappears. That would be kind of cool, actually, where it's like, yeah, there's like a black hole thing that comes on it. The target disappears, you know, the screen shakes and then releases them back out and then shows the damage. Right, so now it's red. But we want this to be screen, right? So so if it is attacking all targets, then it will make all the targets flash red. If we do screen, it will just make the screen flash, right? So watch this. Yeah, so it showed the screen flashing instead. But maybe for this, we'll just have it, the individual targets flash. Have you seen the Doom animation? Oh, yeah. Doom. Yeah. Someone did, like, I don't know if it's, I don't know if I saw the original. I saw someone do one where it was like a funny one where they cast Doom and then everyone was getting sucked in and they were all like chibi animation looking dudes. But yeah, I've seen a version of it. I don't know if that's the one that you're talking about. Okay, and then over here, so we already showed change target, so you can show what it looks like on different enemies. This is probably more important if you're doing custom sprites as well, so you can put your sprite in there and see what that looks like. You know, so where's our fish? We got our earth fish. We can show what the attack looks like on them. Stupid earth fish. Okay, and these other ones here. So these are extra things. The girl's casting spells and then yeah, and everyone freaks out. Yeah. Because she's like, but they're all like very nonchalantly saying their spells. They're like fire, ice, and then she's like doom. Doom? What do you mean doom? Doom? Yeah. Yeah, I've seen it. Very funny. But was that like a live clip? And then someone's animated over it? Like what's the original audio from? Is it from something, or was it specifically for the animation? You just don't know these days. I don't know the source material of anything these days. Anything can be reused and made a part of something else. So yeah, we've got these other controls here which are for your animating, right? So you can have all your frames here. You need to tell you know, the engine how many frames you want the animation to be, which can be weird to figure out, right? So maybe you just give yourself 20 frames, but as you go through it and animate it out, turns out it only needs 15, and then you can just reduce the max frames, or whatever. You know, and you could, I'm pretty sure if you leave a bunch of blank frames as well, right, that means if you wanted there to be more impact, you know, the attack happens and then there's a bit of a pause after. But then again, it's only frames long, right? So yeah. So we've got paste last, which makes the currently selected frame identical to the previous frame. So that way, yeah, if you want a frame to stay the same but move, then I could go to number 2 and go paste last, right? Can I undo that? Oh my god, I can't undo that. No! Wait, can I change it to this? No! We lost it. I don't even know. No! What happened? Oh my gosh. Wait, can I copy frame from here? Put it in here? I can. Wow. Oops. Wait, I don't want it there. Okay. And you'll see that it will onion frame as well. It will show you the previous frame and position. Cool. Tween. So I'm pretty sure if I was to set this frame here on frame 1 and then put this frame in frame 5 and, you know, position it where I want it. So from here, you know, down to here, and then I hit tween. Yeah. It will. I don't know. I haven't played enough around with custom animations. I think we'll we'll go into more depth into these another time. Batch it allows you to make changes to multiple frames at once. So obviously, if you want to change the size, which is what I want to do, so we're going to use this batch, and then shift just allows you to move all your frames, or only 1 or 2 of your frames at once. We're playing a game and someone animated it. Okay. Doom? Okay, so batch, we want the frames 1 through 5. Cells. Now this confuses me. Okay, so you can have a maximum of 16 yeah, 16. This is a cell. whatever bit you put in, that's a cell. So you can have up to 16 in there. And so you can, if you only wanted to change the first cells, you can do that. So it doesn't matter if I keep this 1 through 16, there's only single cell in each frame. But I want to change the scale of all of them. I want to make it 100% bigger. So we're going to do that. Scale to 100%. So you saw there, it made it bigger. It didn't make it that much bigger though. So we'll try that again. An extra 200%. No. What if we do 400? Oh, big slash. All right, well, that's kind of goofy for now, but let's leave that as is, right? I think that serves our purposes. So let's go back to our skills. Now we can choose big slash from our... Oh my god, what is going on? Big slash from our menu. So let's change that. Hits all enemies. Not the most accurate. I want to increase the power of this a little bit. Maybe let's make it 12. Actually, no. Let's keep it where it was. That's fine. So that's our level 1 skill. Ooh. 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 The level 2 skill. Okay, so let's just say level 1 night skill. Now for their level 2 skill, I want this to be powerful. Not crazy powerful, but I want this to be a great tool. Because I want these skills, right? I don't want this to be a system where the higher the level you get, the upper level skills that you get, that you only use the higher level skills. I want all your skills to be useful throughout the game. So even when you're, you know, in the Sky Temple, and you're level 10, which is the max level, you're still using Big Slash. Not all the time, but it still has utility. So yeah. We're gonna call this one Mana Slash. And again, guys, these skills and these skill names, you can change them. You can change them with the power of your channel points. So should we do? What's something that looks like you're taking down someone's mana? Where is your NPC? True, I should have my own NPC. Very true. And he's going to be the best character, and everyone's going to love him, and all the other NPCs are going to talk about him and say, oh, that NPC is so cool. And he's going to be a Mary Sue. And he's actually going to save everyone at the end. And just kind of out of nowhere. What is this? Let's do that. That's fun. Good call. See, I need more yes. This is what I need. Yes men, as many yes men and yes women in the chat, and yes others in the chat that I can get. You will just say yes to all my decisions, good or bad, and nothing terrible will come of it. Hits all enemies, not the most accurate. Hits drains the MP. I don't want to say drains, because drain can sometimes imply that you absorb the mana. Damages the MP of all enemies. This one's going to be accurate. Should this one be a magical attack? Nah, it's still a physical attack. We'll keep the big slash animation. We'll obviously do a different one. You're the secret boss. It's just your face. That would be funny, actually, and terrifying. So this needs a higher TP cost for sure. Should we bump it up to 20? Because this is valuable, right? This ability, because all enemies have their own MP. And they cannot use their skills if they don't have MP. So damaging their MP is actually like a big deal. It can do a lot to... I mean, I would like to think. You know, people could play through the game and not even realize. They'd be go, oh, why would I waste time damaging their MP when I can damage them? Right? But if you take away their MP and then force them to have to recharge their MP all the time, that's free turn economy. That's free hits for you. We'll make it 15. We'll make it 15. Yeah, we'll make it 15. And the attack formula, so it's going to be MP damage. It needs to be considerably less damage. And yeah, should this count as a magic attack? Like magical evasion can avoid it, but no, you're swinging your sword. But maybe we do it like this. Maybe we do it like that. This is level 2 knight skill. So you unlock this at level 2. And so we're going to make sure as well that over in our classes here under knight that we do level 2 mana slash. Okay. Oh, so I'm going to add this this AP carryover thing, right? To see how that affects the game. So is it special flag? Yeah, special flag preserve TP. Remember COVID? Preserving your toilet paper because everybody needed it. All right. So we're going to give that to everyone. We put it in the fishing minigame as well. Why not? Fishing class. Okay. So yeah. Yeah. I think that works. And this is kind of good that it uses the defense stat, because if you're using this, if this attack hits the mage, a mage type enemy, they have a very low defense. So you would drain a lot of their MP, which would be good because you're fighting a mage, right? So that kind of works out. And then the level 3 skill, we'll just use this to make a note. Learn from party member. Okay, and that goes for the 6th skill and the 9th skill. This is great. For the knight, I only have to make up. Yeah, I have to make up much less skills. So, yeah, so I don't need to make up a level 3 skill. So that's good. The rogue, sick blade. I think, yeah, this should still be the same. Right? Is the TP cost correct? 10 TP, gain 5 TP. Oh, what's the mana gain? Mana gain, I want to make it, you get back half of your TP. So, but do we round up? We give it 8? You get 8 TP back? Yeah. Yeah. because again, you know, we want that skill resource economy, you know, not having to wait too long before you can use another skill again. Yeah, so 10 TP, Sick Blade, inflicts poison, it's high damage. That's that. So what's their level 2 skill? Do we want to inflict another status effect? So yeah, the rogue is a DPS main, but they only ever focus on one enemy. They don't have, or maybe they will have a skill that can be used on multiple enemies. Maybe we'll do like maybe this one will do like a smoke bomb. Smoke bomb. What's something that looks smoke bomby? I think there's an actual bomb. Yeah, there we go. Smoke bomb. And it's going to be all enemies. Will we keep it at 10? Or will this also be a higher one? High. 90% success, 100% success rate, certain hit, animation. We want fog. The fog animation, that'll work perfectly. And so it blinds all enemies. And we need to make that 8. And the state that it adds, we've got blind. It's not 100% chance. 90%. There's a chance that it won't blind. Doesn't do any damage. No damage. But you can blind the whole group. And let's have a look at the state for blind. You can change the name of the statuses, by the way. So Coco changed our poison status to the decay status. And there he is, credited in the notes there. So blind, what does blind do? It reduces your hit rate by 50%. That's considerable, and it works for 3 to 5 turns. Action end is different from turn end. So action end means that whoever's affected by the status, so in this case the enemy, after they've you know, say it's been you know, it's only going to last for it's going to last for 5 turns, right? And they're on their 5th turn, and when that enemy acts, so say, you know, there's 8 of us, there's 4 enemies, there's 4 party members, and you know, 2 of the party members have gone, and then it's this enemy's turn. So as soon as this enemy uses their action, that will be their 5th action. And so, or you know, it'll be the 5th turn, but their action within that 5th turn, it will, that's when the status will remove. And for blind, that doesn't have that much of an implication, because yeah, whether this is action end or turn end doesn't make a difference, because turn end means that this blind status won't remove until the very end of the turn. So statuses where this might be important would be something like, would it be confusion? If it's a status where it like buffs you, right? Where it's like a buff, you'd want it to stay, that's when you'd want turn end, right? Because you want the buff to stay throughout, especially if it's like a defense buff, right? If you have the buff stat on you and you take the first turn, then and it's on action end, then your defense buff will remove right at the start of the turn. And then when all the enemies attack, you don't have the buff anymore. But if you have it set to turn end, then even when you've had your turn right at the start, you still have the buff on you, and therefore you will take reduced damage as you get attacked by multiple enemies. Anyway, that was a long explanation there. So yeah, we'll keep that as action, and that's fine. I don't think I've talked too much about the state, right? So there's multiple removal conditions. If you don't want these conditions to persist between battles, then you want remove at battle end. And you know, this comes down to personal preference. Typically in JRPG, something like the blind status will remove, because I guess if you still have the blind status when you're out of combat, then technically you're walking around blind, right? But maybe if it was like a Fear and Hunger type game where these status effects, you know, are much more permanent, then yeah, while you have the blind status effect, you could have an event set up so that the screen is black and you can actually see what you're doing until you get rid of the blind status. So you can remove by restriction as well. So this is so if this means that if you don't want any of your status effects to stack, but they're for to only be one active at a time, then you could use this, because anytime a new status effect is put on you, it will remove this, whichever one has this ticked. So yeah, there'd be more creative ways to do that. So say you didn't want to be able to stack certain buffs, then you could use remove by restriction. Remove by damage, this is a percent chance of if you get hurt, will the status remove. So that works for something like a rage, yeah, which is like a berserk status. So when you get hit, there's a 50% chance that you'll lose this status. So obviously if it's set to 100%, as soon as you get hit. So again, this is good for you know, something like because status effects here can be anything, right? It can be it can be buffs and debuffs. So say you have a status that makes you invincible, but it only lasts until the first time you get hit. So it blocks one attack, right? Is the status. So then you could do remove by damage 100%, but while it's on you, your state, you can resist. You're immortal, right? Although immortal means you just can't lose your last bit of health. So you'd have to add something else. It could be that, yeah, physical rate is 0, so you'll take no physical damage. But I don't know if that works. So if you take 0 damage, does it have to just the act of you being attacked with that? Anyway, I'm getting carried away. Yeah, so remove by damage is handy. You know, so say you've got like a regen buff that you don't want the player to be able to have permanently. So there is like a 5% chance that when they get attacked that they'll lose that regen buff. That's something you could do. Remove by walking. So this is more for when you're on the map, and this would apply more to like where's our poison decay. So I've made it that when you're on the map, after 50 steps, the status will remove as well. And then here you can change the message that comes up when you are in battle and are affected by these things. This is also what will show up on the map screen when you lose that status. So, you know, it'll say is no longer poisoned when you're walking around. So, is blinded, you know. Instead, you could say, Cannot see anything. So this is, and you can make it different, right? So if the actor is affected by this, you could say that, but then when the enemy is hurt by it, it will say this instead. So you could make more personalized messages. My eyes. Yeah, exactly. Also, you can have a message that while the state persists to remind the player that it's still going. What? I feel like what Pokemon moves are there where there'll be a message in between that says, you know, their barrier is still up or something like that. You know, so you could say, so because this will only appear when they're first inflicted with the status, but if you want something every turn to remind you that you know, so you could say is still or still cannot see anything, right? But then obviously if you have a bunch of status effects stacked up, then you're gonna, every turn you're gonna see a ton of messages come up saying goblin still cannot see anything, goblin is poisoned, goblin is berserk, you know. So try to use this sparingly. Definitely use it for, like, I think more narratively to say something. But yeah, it is something that you can do if you want. Okay, so we've got our blind. It reduces their hit rate by 50%. So that's a fun skill. Now, the level 3 skill. Wait, is that everything sorted? Yeah, 90% chance of blind. Hits all enemies. No damage. Okay. Is it going to be another status attack? Is it going to be another status? What other statuses do we have? So silence, again, could be good, could be powerful. Seal skill type. So this should work on everything. Skills. What's oh yeah. So we could make it, yeah, a silence one, which again could be good for when you're wanting to target like a mage enemy. Although if you use it on any enemy, it will seal their skills. So, you know, again, so two ways here. You can either use the knight and drain mana, or you can use the rogue's silencing skill. And I might make it too that this skill could even work on bosses, right? So if it works on bosses, then yeah, you could as long as it hits on them, you could I mean, I could raise, this is the thing, right? And what sucks and what's really annoying, and I understand why it's done, but when there's JRPG bosses and they're immune to every status effect, what is the point? What is the point of being immune to of making the boss immune to status? Like, what's, because already if you have a character that is all about status effects, then they're completely neutered for that battle, right? You know, I reckon they should have high resistances to status effects so that you can't just stun lock them, but never make them completely immune, because it would feel good, right, in the battle to be like, oh, okay, I just got to proc this, you know, this silence. I just got to proc this poison, and then you hit it, and then you're like, yes, you know, and you're like, okay, I've got more of a fighting chance now, you know. It's kind of moments like that where you roll the dice and you go, all right, hopefully this lands. and then it does, and it feels epic. So I don't understand why they remove that. I mean, if it's like a godlike character, then I guess it makes sense that they're not, easily subdued. But, when it's every boss that you fight, it's kind of stupid. I mean, I say that when I haven't played a lot of JRPGs. There could be plenty of JRPGs that actually allow you to do that. But I feel like in my experience, if there's like a stun skill or something like that, they're usually just immune. Okay, sorry, we're looking at states. We're looking at silence. We could, if maybe it's too OP, because I need an item that removes silence, right? Or, here it only lasts for so many turns. And again, action end or turn end. That makes a difference, I think, in this situation. We make it turn end. Also, I didn't talk about this stuff up here. So restriction, if you want it so that when you have this state, you can only attack an enemy, so you can't heal, you can't block, you can only attack. And I think it means like normal attack as well, like you can't use any of your skills. Attack anyone, so that's again for more like a berserk type state or confusion even, where I'm pretty sure it removes control from the player as well. Just when it's that player's turn, if they're inflicted with that status, they'll just randomly attack someone. You can make it as well, if they're being charmed or something like that, they only attack your fellow party members and cannot move. So that just, again, removes all actions for the turn when they're under that. So sleep, oh no, it's emotion. So sleep has cannot move as a restriction. I got stuck on the T-Rex in FF8. There's a T-Rex in Final Fantasy VIII because I didn't know I had to put him to sleep. Spent hours fighting that dude and he wouldn't die. Oh, because is there time travel in Final Fantasy VIII? I don't actually know the full story. So this SV motion, because you have your side view characters, this you can choose that when they're affected by a state that they look different. So abnormal will, they'll be kind of hunched over like, oh, I'm affected by something. And sleep, they'll obviously just be on the ground sleeping, and dead, same thing, on the ground, dead. So yeah, so if you want when they're being affected by a status for them to look a certain way, that's an option for you there. And then another one, an overlay, is, this is the different kind of status effects that you can show on the player. I don't know if you can increase this at all, probably with plugins, and you can edit the let's have a look. Where is it? You can edit it's in system, and where is it? Wait, is it in system? Yeah, states, right? So this shows the animation frames for each of the states that can be on you. So you can change this to customize it yourself to be more in line with the style of your game. But yeah, I think you're only limited to however many's here within the base engine. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. Oh, where'd you go? Why does it do that? It's annoying. There is just a random T-Rex in the school that you start in. Mandatory fight, maybe an hour into the game. Oh. Oh, just a T-Rex hanging out. So do we want to change this? I kind of want to make it that it can be removed by damage as well. A very low percent chance, 5% maybe. So if you've inflicted silence on the enemy, you could knock them out of it as well. Yeah. Are we calling it Silent Blade? Okay, remember guys, this is all placeholder. Tick Blade, Silent Blade. Do that. Damages and silences an enemy. This is tricks. I need to make that tricks. Yep. One enemy. Battle screen only. TP cost. Are you bumping it up to 20? It's pretty powerful. Or do we keep it 15? Maybe we'll keep it 15. That's 8. 100% success. Physical attack. That's an animation. Let's just choose silence for now. I'm pretty sure that looks stupid. What does that animation look like? Silence. Yeah, okay. Okay. We will make it do the same damage. Yeah, still pretty high damage. And crit. 10% variance. Uses dagger. And wait, does it 100% 90% chance to hit? Okay, so we'll do the same thing. 90% chance to hit, so you could miss the attack altogether. But when you do hit, you're getting that silence. You're definitely going to silence them. Okay, so that's levels 1 through 3 for the rogue skills. So we'll add that. The rogue class. Smoke bomb. I feel like the smoke bomb is going to be a useful skill, right? I feel like that's pretty useful. Maybe I should lower the should I lower the TP cost? Should I make it 10? Because it doesn't attack, it just blinds. And even then, it's not a 100% chance that it's going to blind. Maybe we'll make it 10. We'll make it 10. You kind of use it often. Like, as soon as you get into a battle, you're just like, yep, throw that down. Because if it's too high cost, I got to think about the player and, like, how they weigh up their decisions. They go, well, I've got 10 TP. I can either do a lot of damage to one enemy and poison them, or I could blind everyone. And it's the start of the battle. It's the start of the battle. So there's a full troop of 4 enemies. Do I, make it so that they're going to miss half of their attacks to really help us in the early game? Still will probably be the least used skill in the game, right? Smoke, Silent Blade. Okay. Classes, right. Yep, so we've got that. He's got 1, 2. Yep. Excuse me, pardon me. Okay, on to onto the mage. So the mage is where we get a little bit more interesting. So let's call that one Fireball. It's not Twin Fireball like we had it set up before. It's one. Cost. So you start with just what is the starting MP of the mage? Character stats. Why am I looking here? 20 MP. Right, and so power the spells are meant to be OP. You don't use any TP. For the mage, TP is exclusively going to be spent on charging so they can regain their mana, right? That's going to be the thing with the mage, is this balance between charging to get your mana back and then spending it and charging. Maybe not the most interesting gameplay for the mage, but I guess the other thing too is like, okay, what is the elemental weakness of this enemy that I'm fighting? Let us choose the appropriate spell. So yeah, so the fireball spell, maybe we won't call it fireball, we'll call it fire shot. Because fireball implies, you know, we all know the D&D fireball, right? It explodes and damages everyone caught in its radius. But this is a single enemy attack. So it costs 10 MP, so you can cast it twice before you have to recharge when you're level 1, right? But it's powerful, does a lot of damage. It also has a fire element. Can't crit. We're not going to let it crit. So the mage starts off at level 1 with 3 spells. Oh, I haven't been putting in level 1 rogue skill. Level 2 rogue skill. Level 3 rogue skill. Okay. Level 1 mage skill. Yeah, so the mage has 3 spells right from the get-go, 1 for each element. But they don't gain any more spells until they hit the 3rd level. And then they'll get another 3 spells. And so on. So okay, so we got fire shot. So I think that still works, right? Where it's at. Then so what do we got? We got earth and water spells. Hydro pump. Big splash. Squirt. No. Drown. Sink. Wet. Wet Willy. What's the skill name? Okay, let's just remember, guys, you can change the name of the skills, so I shouldn't invest so much into yeah, I shouldn't invest so much in the names. Splash. Shoots a torrent. Shoots a blast of water. 1 enemy, still Arcana, still the same MP cost, same damage, but with the water element. Right? So should there be variation between these 3 skills, the only thing that's going to be different is their element, right? But the enemies that we have, they have different elemental rates, right? So a water attack against an earth enemy will only do half damage. An earth spell will do nothing, right? Earth and water spells lived in harmony until the fire spells attacked. Exactly. Skills. We got water bomb, shoots plus water, blah 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 blah. Does that, that's that. Okay. Straightforward. Okay. Earth. What's shot, blast. What's another? What's a synonym for those words? Is the water bomb just a toaster? A toaster? What? What do you mean? As in you throw it in a tub and earth. Earth shot, earth shot, earth blast, earth bomb, earth blast, earth blast. Why not? It's the ultimate water bomb. Hurl a stone at the enemy. And we'll just do earth 1. And we'll make that earth. Okay. And we'll go over to our class at level 1. You get all 3. Okay. So, you know, you'll think when you've got the mage, you'll be like, oh, wow, he's got 3 spells right at the start. But, like, you'll only be, when you're in the Earth Temple, so you're only going to be exclusively using Fire Shot, which isn't that interesting. But to make up for it, it's very powerful. Blah, 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 blah. Poker! Uh-oh. Trailer, you can tell Poker. This is your fault. Also, I didn't say. Also, you didn't read in the fine print. You know, as there usually is on these things, that I can withdraw, or I can do whatever I want. I don't have to. I don't have to honor. All of this is made up. Everything's made up, and the points don't matter. Yeah. I could say no to your. What happened? Come on, trailer, out with it. Own up. Somebody missed the stream. Stop dancing around a trailer. Rip the band-aid off. Okay, so now we're going to do our level 3 attacks. So I'm wondering, should the mage always be single enemy, or should it alternate between single enemy attacks and then all enemy attacks? Love Shack Baby? Yeah, I got sleepy. Trailer. Type an actual sentence. All right. Trailer got the shack. He hit the tent. Somebody. Trailer. Somebody. Points to you. Okay, so now we can go fireball. We can make this all enemies. MP cost will be 15? Or should it be 20? Should it be twice as much? Okay, we'll do 15 for now. We'll see how that feels. Dang, you got the shack already. Guess I missed my chance. Congrats. Oh, come on, trailer. Look how gracious Poker is being about it. So the damage isn't going to be as much. But it hits all enemies. I'm open for negotiation. What are you gonna do? I mean, I could make it that Poker can still redeem the shack as well. And you guys can just both be in the shack. But I'll just make it that you, Trailer, you just kind of appear in the shack for like one scene, and then you go, all right, I'm gonna go now, bye. And then Poker's the one that actually mainly lives there. Again, I can do whatever I want. Okay, so 15. We're gonna do fire all. I already told you if we could share, but you said no. Remember, Trailer? Poker, why are you reminding him? Water nuke? Water bomb, water nuke, right? It burns all enemies. Choose a blast of water at all enemies. I never said no. Pull up the tapes. You can have the shack. Really? Well, I want to live in the shack too. Sadly, I can only afford a house. Have you bought a house, Silver? What do you mean only? Are you gonna redeem for a house? Because you can still buy a house. Because technically, it can be one of those things where you're at the docks, but then when we go to your house, you're at your house as well. Like the magic of video games. Not yet. I am considering it. Okay. Dang, how big is this shack for 3 people? It's a Shaquille O'Neal. It's huge. Well, Trailer, if you are giving up the shack, uh, you can have 10,000 points worth of something else. By have, I mean TJ's letting you use his hunting cabin. Well, that's the thing, right? It could be like the story could be it's an abandoned like Poker's character is just like, oh yeah, I found this abandoned shack, and it's actually not abandoned, it's TJ's. But he just, again, he's at the bar all the time, so he never he never gets to go there. I'm renting it from TJ. Yeah, yeah. There you go. We made it work narratively. So all enemies. This will go to 15 as well. I like the abandoned shack idea. Yeah, you're just like you're a squatter. Poker's a squatter. Me too, I like that idea. Alright. TJ, your web of influence continues to spread. 15? Deal. Alright, beautiful. So, let's put it in the notes. But, Poker, you still have to redeem. You have to redeem your points to get the shack. Spend so many points. Yeah. Where's this one? Shack. Trailer. Rented to Little Big Poker. You understand? Yeah. You've got to be close, right? Plus, because now you've got the gift sub, your points should be racking up like crazy. Is this gonna turn into Monopoly? Is Trailer gonna buy all the houses and then everyone that comes in and is like, oh, can I have a house? You're like, yes, that's fine, but you will be paying rent to TJ, just so you know. Like, TJ actually already owns all the houses, but he's renting them out to all the NPCs. Realist 13K? What are you talking? Oh, Poker. Have you looked at the channel points? I've cut everything. Can I rent? That's up to Trailer Coco. I was looking for a castle room next. Yes. Have a castle room too. Corner of the market. Are you gonna cause there's gonna be a housing bubble and it's gonna crash? We're gonna reenact the housing crisis. Poker with the shack. Congratulations. It's official. Yeah, sorry, I forgot to tell you, Poker. I was excited to tell you last stream, but you didn't show up. So, uh, congrats, you're a landlord lady now. Yeah. So water all. And welcome, Coco. So you're all done with work. Good to have you. Earth blast. Earth. What's a bigger word than blast? You know, so fire shot turned into fireball. Shot and ball doesn't make sense, but you get the idea. Bomb turned into nuke. Blast turned into what? Got home, we'll shower now. Yeah, bro, you stink. Earth shatter. Ooh. Ooh. I like that. Um strike all enemies with stone. Earth all 1. Why not? Alright, let's do Earth all 2. Change it up. My sleep schedule is horrible these past few weeks, along with the game jam I'm doing. Oh yeah, how's that going? You didn't end up telling us the theme. What's the theme of the jam? Or did you? And I just forgot. I'm sorry. Also, these are level 3. Level 3 mage skills. Should it actually be level 4? The theme is the passage of time. Ooh, very cool. Yes, please tell us all about it. Um, yeah, so that's, and what are we doing? 15. Reduce that to 15. And all enemies. That's a better theme than Beyond Expectations. Hey, they were both kind of good themes. Passage of Time. You could do, man, there's going to be a lot of crazy time travel games coming out of that. There's going to be some weird time loop stuff. Yeah, so anything to do with time, rewind, fast forward, pausing. And what are you going with, Poker? What's your idea? Tell us. How long do you have? How long's the jam? Is it like a week? Oh, and you're also like coding from nothing, right? Like you're not even using an engine? Bro, that's going to be very complicated. I mean, it could be if you're doing something. Started on the 4th. Yeah. Okay. So we've got the level 3 skills, so now we need to so wait, what's let me look. What did I say? Should I actually make those next skills level 4? Where are the skills? 3 new spells, 3rd, 6th, and 10th. So 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, yeah, getting a new set of spells right before the boss, I think is kind of good. Because if you have to wait till level 4, to get your next round of spells, yeah, then that's not as fun, I don't think. And it's due on the 28th. Oh, Poker, you had the points too. Wait, are you just catching up, trailer? Due on the 28th. Oh, okay. Yeah, what's your idea, Poker? Tell us. Tell us. What are you doing? I had a phone call. Oh, okay. You couldn't even say to the chat, sorry guys, got to take this call. Was it a good call? Was it a bad call? Was it a telemarketer? Cool. So we've got that. Very nice. Um, okay, now we're up to our last one, the cleric. Kiss of life. This was a joke. Let's just, you know what? Let's keep it. Let's keep it that way. No, let's we got to be a bit more serious. Healing balm. Okay. Heal one ally. Heal one target. Heal one person for 30% HP. 7 MP cost, blah, 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 blah. I think that still works. Friend asking to borrow money. Wow. Like, how much money? Hey, like, call someone up. Hey, can I borrow $5? I'm getting nosy here. Friend asking to borrow money. Can I call you, trailer? Can I give you a ring and ask for money? It's up to 2K now? Wait, trailer, are you... Is TJ like a reflection of your real life self? Are you actually like this loan shark real estate mogul in real life too? It's like, yeah, he owes me up to 2K, but that's okay. Because if he doesn't come up with the money by the end of the year, I must say a little hello to his kneecaps with my friend, Mr. Baseball Bat. Okay, so healing. Whoa, yeah, here we go. My game, I am planning to use JavaScript and Phaser. Yep, you did mention that last time. I got the idea of having the player be a puppy. Great start already. That is given to a child, and when you walk, time changes in the environment, and you can see the dog and child grow older. As the dog reaches elderly age, the things you could do during the walk are difficult. And the end of the game is the child, who is now a young adult, visiting the grave. That's not a game. That's that's just heartbreaking. That's just a tragedy. That's I mean, I really want to see how this would look. This seems like art-wise it's going to be a lot of effort. Are you I haven't even asked. Like are you a big time art person? Like you crazy with the art? Cuz the game dev side of things you're kind of saying you're just sort of starting, but yeah, what are your art skills like? You because you by yourself as well, right? Yeah. That sounds really cool and really sad. Yeah, by yourself. Yeah. You're gonna make the game and then you'd be like, I can't submit this. It's too sad. I don't want like the thing me playing it and what it has done to me, I don't want to do that to other people. Like, have you thought about that, Poker? Have you thought about the impact that your game is gonna have on society? You need to be responsible. You need to be ethical about these things. You can't just be going around willy-nilly freaking Marley and meing everybody. I got influenced by the movie Up. Oh, yeah, right? Because, you know, how much damage can you possibly do to a person in 10 minutes? Me and my brother, when we watched it in the cinema, we sat through that first 10 minutes and then we both turned to each other and we were both just sobbing. It was, God, yeah. Mate, if you can make it hit as hard as that, you're onto something. You should be put on a list. No, that sounds really cool. Sounds really cool. Okay, so healing balm. So the cleric needs to have a bit more utility than just healing, right? But I do want to make the second skill a uh, uh like a remove all status effects type spell. HP is that? Healing bomb. What's a status? Whatever. Status remover. Okay, we're not doing anything special. Removes all status effects from one person. So I'm realizing too that abilities that like affect the whole party and stuff aren't actually that valuable, because as you go through the game, you're very quickly losing your party members. So if he has a healing skill that heals the whole party, well, I guess this is why I'm making this percentage based, right? So that at least when, if you take the cleric through to the end and there's just the two of you, that, yeah, I don't know what I'm saying. But, yeah, healing bomb. Have this. Level 1. Cleric skill. Level 2. Cleric skill. God powers, 1 ally. Yep, can do it outside of... It's kind of annoying having to waste a turn to heal, to remove status effects. If I want to make the cost lower, is what I'm saying. So I'm going to make it cost 5 MP. But you don't get it until you're level 2, right? So, remove state. Okay. We'll obviously have other statuses. Rage. Fusion. Fascination. Sleep. Okay. And we'll make that heal 1 too. Cool. And then the level 3 skill will be physical attack. Physical attack? Maybe? How do we make this interesting? How do we make the cleric, because yeah, we gotta, because if you get to the end game, right, and it's just you and the cleric, then you're doing all the attacking and the cleric has no attack skills, so they're just constantly healing you, right? That won't be very interesting. You want the cleric to be able to jump in to the combat as well with some kind of attack skill. So, but what if, so what if we did like 3 random enemies? We call it like Holy Smite. It's a lightning based thing, but it's still physical damage, right? Physical damage, does physical damage, but it uses attack. It uses magic attack, but it's not it's not as strong. Maybe 15. And we want it to use lightning. A lightning animation, lightning 1. That'll be cool. Holy Smite. Holy lightning strikes 3 times. Will you have skills that scale off defense or agility? I could. I could. I could. I could. I could. Yes. Yes. Oh, no, because okay. I think the next round of skills, the cleric's gonna get into buffs. Like really buffing attack, stuff like that. The cleric should have an HP based attack. As in like based on his max HP, because he's the tank, remember? So he'll have the highest HP. But yeah, are you saying like an attack that's equal to his HP or something like that? Oh, also gotta get rid of that. Holy Smite. This is our level 3 cleric skill. And so it'll hit 3 random enemies. And as I've said before, this could mean that it hits one enemy 3 times, hits one enemy 2 times, and another enemy once, or 3 completely different enemies. This is battle screen only. Is it users? Casts Holy Smite? Sure. Hey God, come help smite thee. Yeah. Cool. I like that. I like that. I like that. Yep. So healing. Oh no. What am I doing? So status remover and Holy Smite. Okay. We could test all these skills out, but we're gonna stay in the database. Let's make our higher level enemies. This is pretty easy. We're just gonna go Earth Rogue 2, Pickle Pierre 2, Earth Knight 2, Earth Cleric 2. Now I could make it, right, that even though these enemies are identical, right, except they're just going to have higher stats, I could make them have different enemy sprites as well. You know, for the mind of the player to be like, oh, these are different enemies, even though their attacks, their skill set is still the same. They just have higher stats. I don't know. We'll play around with it, but for now we'll just keep everything as is. But we'll just do higher stats. Let's save. Let's do this. Good evening, Monet. Good to see you. Would it be like an attack that heals the target based on the damage done to the enemy? An HP drain attack? You can do those. It's very simple within the game, but it only works one way. So instead of HP damage, I can do HP drain, and but with this, you cannot say I do 20 damage and only heal for 10. It will be 20 damage, heal for 20. 100 damage, heal for 100. You can't get nuanced with it within the base engine. Morning, hi. Okay, so HP damage. So what are we doing? We're boosting our stats. I need, where is it? Character stats. So the rogue level 2 goes up to 150. Has 15 MP. 30 attack, 10 defense, 20 magic attack, 20 magic defense, 30 agility, and I can't see. 30 agility and 30 luck. Is that it? Crazy. Look, while we're here, why don't we just... Oops. Let's do our level 3 as well. So 225 HP, 20 MP, 45 attack, 15 defense, 30 attack, 30 magic defense, 45 agility, 45 luck. This is what I mean. My stats jump up heaps with each level, which in my mind I was like, you know, it made it easier for me to see how at what levels different stats are increasing, but what it is also doing is creating greater disparity between each level. You know, so again, a level 3 enemy versus a level 1 party could be a bad time. Could be a bad time. Poker, too, when you have finished your game and submitted it, you definitely need to drop a link. And so we can all play it and be sad together. Okay, so that's... Oh, and we're not even... We got to increase the XP as well, right? Should we just double it? Just double it? I mean, not double it, just increase it by 10, you reckon? Just keep it simple like that for now. Even though it's not from RPGMaker. Yeah, of course. Yeah, it doesn't... there's no restriction. If you... Yeah, whatever your... Yeah. Whatever. I support everybody. Everybody can shout out their creations. Yeah, if anyone on here, if you've got like a YouTube channel, an Etsy page, is that even a thing anymore? You know, an Amazon drops shipping link, feel free, you know, obviously don't go spam crazy, but like feel free to shout yourself out in the chat. I mean, I don't, you know, I don't have hundreds of thousands of viewers, but I also put these videos on YouTube, so people can come across it that way too. Yeah, guys, please donate to my PayPal and subscribe to all of my channels. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah. Drop that Ko-fi link. Coffee link. Level 2. Earth Rogue. Level 3. Earth Rogue. Okay. Alright. Pickle Pierre. You are the mage. Go to the mage. Level 2 mage. 150 health. 40 MP. 15 attack. 15 defense. 30 attack. 30 defense. 10 agility. 15 luck. And 2020. Level 2 Earth Mage. And copy paste. So this is actually, yeah, this is actually working a lot faster than I thought this was going to take longer to have to do this. But yeah, once I make my base enemies, and then I only have to make 3 copies of them, and then I literally just plug in these stats that I've made up. These will, I'll probably tweak these later on. But for now, just to, again, get things working, 225, 60, 20, 20, 45, 45, 15, 20. And that's 30, 30. And level 3, Earth Mage. Cool. Earth Knight. No, 2. What am I doing? Earth Knight 2. Where's our knight? Nighty night. 200, 15, 25, 25, 15, 15, 15, 15. Okay. 20, 20. Level 2. Copy, paste. Level 3. 300. 20, 35, 35, 20, 20, 20, 20. 30, 30. Level 3. Guys, I'm getting excited. I mean, it's probably not going to be as exciting for you to watch me playtest, but yeah, I'm gonna enjoy it. Earth Cleric, level 2. So where's that cleric? Yeah, I definitely need to nerf the Earth Cleric a bit. Or the cleric class. 30, 20, 30, 15, 25, 15, 30, 20. Oh, it already says level 2. And copy, paste. Level 3, Earth Cleric. 450, 45, 30, 45, 20, 35, 20, 45, 30, 30. I've always been pretty lost at how high low I should set the enemy's luck stat since it doesn't do much. So luck stat affects your ability to escape from the battle. So if the enemy's luck stat is higher than yours, then it will decrease your chances of escaping. Luck also affects the proc for status effects. I don't know by how much, because you can obviously set like the rate at which enemies are affected by certain status effects. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I'm pretty sure luck does affect status effects as well. How likely you are to get them. But outside of that, I don't think it does much. Yeah, see, affects things like the chance of status ailments occurring. Tap order. Cool. That's it. So now, now we're gonna make all the troops. So let's. So what should we do? Should we do eight troops for each floor, maybe? Why don't we just do that? Or should we go to 10? 8 troops for each floor. So what have we got here? What combinations do we have? Got those 3, those 4, those 2, those 3 rogues. That's rough, man. 2 mages. Mage, rogue, cleric. What if we do that? No knight. Mage. Rogue, cleric. Okay, so. Okay, we could be lazy. I could be lazy. and just so this will be the first floor, and literally just make it the same, but they're just higher level. I could just do that. So let's, for the sake of simplicity, so I don't understand what this appear halfway thing does. What does that do? Whoa. Wait, what was that ability? Oh, he actually finally attacked only one. Oh! Right, because he's level 2. Also, we have fishing gear equipped. This is why we're not doing any damage. So yeah, I still don't know. Is it literally that he appears halfway through the battle? Oh, we have... Oh, we're level 3. Or did I not set that to... Oof, that's brutal. Oh, the big slash. Yeah, we don't have the right gear equipped. Also, did I... No, I didn't. I didn't change that to level 2 into level 3. Okay, that's fixed. Okay. So I think appear halfway, if you have that selected, then yeah, they'll appear later in the fight. Which could be good, actually, because that's a good way to not overwhelm the battle, but still have it that you have to, you know, so like you can have a maximum of 8 enemies, right? But you know, waiting for 8 turns is ridiculous. But if you have 4 of them appear halfway, then yeah, you're fighting 8 enemies, but not all at once. Reinforcements, exactly. So yeah, that's... I might use that maybe for the top level to make it more tricky. Extra enemies that jump in. But how does it determine halfway? Is it just when half of the what's currently there dies? So if he appears halfway and there's these 2 enemies here, so when one of those enemies dies, that's technically the halfway point because you've killed half the party. And then the wolf will appear. I don't know. Let's try this again. Let's actually give ourselves some proper equipment. Okay. And we'll make everyone level 3. Cool. Oh, right. We have no AP to start with now. Oh, wait. I forgot. We were testing the appear halfway thing. Yeah, see that level disparity? He's level 2. Cleric is level 3. He only took 20 damage, and look at all this health. Ooh, look at all these new moves we've got now. Oh, look at all of this. Earth Shatter. Wait, no, why am I casting Earth Magic? I need to cast Fire Magic. And Holy Smite, hell yeah. Oh, the attack missed! Nice. Ooh. Okay, so are they gonna appear? What's going on? Or is it they only appear once all of the enemies are killed? Must be once all the enemies are killed? See, the cleric's still a healthy boy. Yeah, friggin' bullet sponge. Okay. Oh, if we use Mana Slash though, get rid of all the mana. Use Silent Blade as well. And Fire Shot. Also, Holy Smite is only costs 5 mana. I need to change that. Oh, wait. Why didn't he appear? What? Wait, is there a tooltip for this? Displays the enemies in the troop. Okay, no. So what does appear halfway do? What is that? What is that? Does that mean I have to trigger something to make the enemies appear? Enemy appear? No? Hmm. Oh, maybe, no, maybe that is it. Enemy appear, because you can choose which one. Hmm. Anyway, not important. Let's remake all these. All right, so this is I can just do this easy. Huh? Right. Oh, rogue, yeah, knight, and cleric. Okay. Two clerics and a rogue. Two clerics and a rogue go round the outside, round the outside, round the outside. What? Cleric and a rogue. Okay. Three rogues. Maybe we make this different. What if we do 3 knights instead? 3 knights. They're all kind of huddled up. 3 knights, and then this one will be 2 rogues instead. Okay, 2 mages. 2 pickle Pierres. According to Dr. Google, appear halfway makes the enemy not active during start of battle, but if you use enemy appear event command, yep, then they will appear, like if you set it to when an enemy's health is halved. Yeah. So there's different conditions here. Yeah, that you can set. If well, after a certain number of turns. So I could say after 10 turns. After 10 turns, Pickle Pierre appears. And it's for the span of the battle. You choose turn or moment, that will not be good. So yeah, that is one way you could do it. And yeah, that's definitely ways we could make these encounters more interesting. Even though they would still be the same. So maybe for this third round, we'll change it up a little bit. Rogue and a knight. And let's make this two knights and a mage. Just to change it up a little bit. Two knights and a mage. Yeah. Okay, let's save. I'm going to lose our progress there. Thanks for looking that up, Poker, by the way. Appreciate that. Okay, so now let's make our fishy boys. Oh, look at that! Look at that boy. Um. So. I could come up with some real annoying encounters. So let's do an earth cleric, an earth cleric, and an earth cleric. But appear halfway. And conditions, turn after 10 turns. Oh, so this would be interesting actually, because I wonder if I beat this battle before the 10th turn, okay, helping out. If I beat this battle before the 10th turn, then does that mean like this will never trigger? So therefore these other enemies won't appear and will win the battle. So what if we make it 5 turns? Okay. Enemy appear. This one. Wait, I don't know which one's which. Which one's which? I don't know which one's which. What if I delete this one? What if I delete this one? What if I delete this one? Oops. I thought it would have updated it and shown me which one I deleted. Okay, 1 is gonna go there. 2 is gonna go there. And 3 is gonna go there. Okay, so this should be number 2 appearing. So it'll be that one. And then new event page, turn 10. Enemy appear F3. So let's Ooh. This is gonna be a really trolly fight. This is Oh, if we do the mana slash. And do the sick blade. Fire shot. Holy smoke. I need to change that. It shouldn't be 5 MP. Wait. Oh, that did 4 mana damage. This is going to be a really trolly fight. Because he's just going to keep healing. And then more are going to appear. Okay, so because he's got the silent blade, they can't heal now, which is cool. Oh, see? So and now the next one appears. But if we take too long to fight, could use the silent blade. Yeah. Oh, we got rid of the silence. No. Maybe I'll remove that. I don't know. Mana slash. Hey. Okay, so we did it quick enough. But if you're really slow, you'll end up yeah, having to fight 3 clerics all healing each other. Yeah, okay, that's funny. That's funny. I like that. This one, yeah, we still just, this is a good setup, just having the full party. I may need to hire you to handle my combat spreadsheets. Right? I mean, do I have spreadsheets? Kind of a cooler setup. All bunched up. What stops somebody from just running? Well, that's the thing. You could do that too. You could just run. And people that are used to the game and have been in that encounter before could just, yeah, see that and go, nope, don't want to deal with this. This is an annoying fight. I'm out. I'm out. Yeah. So, you know, there's still power left up to the player. Geez, it's already 9 o'clock. Far out. Where's the time going? So again, it's just a lone rogue. But maybe after 2 turns? one of the Earth Cleric appears. And then after... Wait, no, this is wrong. Need to put the new enemies in. Ooh, maybe we'll make it 2 rogues. 2 rogues. And then 2 Earth Clerics that will muck you up. Should they both appear after 2 turns? Wait, maybe after 4 turns? Because how quickly could you kill... Could do the reinforcements in a boss fight. Also, can you run from a boss fight? You can set that. You can set that. So let me show you. So if we're here in the Earth Temple boss, right? So you would have this battle processing, and then you would choose your boss fight. And then here you have the choice of can escape, can lose. So obviously if you don't tick can escape, then they can't escape when they're in the battle. But if you want them to be there to be a consequence from them losing, like you want it to take them to the game over screen, because otherwise if you don't set this, if you lose you just return to the map, and obviously your health is only at 1 HP. I don't know if it's for the whole party, if the rest of the party would be knocked out, or actually I think the way the system is set up in the game is that if everyone has knocked out status, then that also triggers a game over. So you won't, yeah, so you'll have 1 HP. I don't know if the whole party will have HP though, or if they'll be knocked out. It could be an enemy where if you don't kill it in a certain amount of turns, it runs away. Yeah, like, you know, you can have an enemy that's made out of pure gold, and it doesn't give you much XP when you kill it, and it has really high defense stats, but only has, you know, it's like the metal slime in Dragon Quest. Yeah, you can make it that it will leave after a certain number. There's tons that you can do with... Yeah, we haven't even gone into this. These event pages here, this is why I don't want to do the boss fights yet. I want to just get all the basic enemies out, because when we do the boss fights, this is when we can really get into eventing and make it, you know, at 50% health. It, you know, gets enraged, a whole new move set opens up, a cinematic plays, you know, a bunch of new enemies come into the fight. You can do anything. You can make it that the shop opens up halfway through the fight, so you can buy items if it's a long battle. Oh, we're adding shinies to the game. We're not. We can't. The scope. The scope. Think of the scope. Yeah, you can make it so that the battle music changes halfway through the battle. So that's how you know you've entered the next phase in the boss fight. There's, yeah, you have access to every single event command within the fight. Although I don't understand how, yeah, some of these would work. But yeah, you can do anything, just about anything. Why do I have 2 event pages? Oh, because I made a new one. Okay. So after 4 turns, if you haven't killed these 2 rogues, the Earth Clerics are going to come in and they're going to start healing them. And these are the guys that do big damage, right? So yeah, that's a tricky encounter. Earth Knight, level 3. But let's make it 5. They're just in a circle. And again, after, sure, 4 turns, more are going to show up. Oh, crap. I don't know which ones they are. This is so annoying. There's no way to like hover over and have it say, this is blah, blah, blah 1. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How is that? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so 4 and 5 are going to appear. 4, 5. Cool. So yeah, this is a very simple way for us to dynamically change these encounters, right? But let's change that to turn 4. I like turn 4. Turn 5 is just a little too long. Or we'll stretch this one out a little bit. We'll keep that at turn 10 because you might take longer. Yeah, it's going to take you more turns to kill. If both have appeared and they're healing each other, it's going to take you longer to kill both. Also, I need to change the Holy Smite skill. 10 MP? 10 MP? I feel like it's not that strong of a skill. I feel. Because Big Slash does times 10. Sick Blade does times 18. Oh, because it's magic. It's magic attack. Well, what is Fire Shot does times 20? But it's physical. Whatever. Should we make that higher? No, we'll keep it at 15. That's fine. Wait, what is the cleric's magic attack? Oh, the cleric's magic attack is very basic. It's actually not good. Should I make it a physical attack, not a magic attack? Maybe that's what I should do. Attack. Ooh, physical attack, but is based off the enemy's magic defense. So it's physically attacking them, but the only thing that they can use... See, so this is where you can get a little more creative with your damage formulas and things like that. And this is still very basic. Like I've said previously, if you go to RPGMaker forum and look up damage formulas, there should be like at least one post with like a long list of different damage formulas and ways that you can apply them. Yeah, you can get some really complicated stuff. Like you can make it that, you know, you can, there's shortcuts. So you can say this attack does 100 damage, but if this enemy is affected by this status effect, you know, poison, let's say, this attack now does 300 damage. So yeah, again, a way for you to get really interesting with your skills in your combat. So it's definitely worth looking up. I have a plan too, on my Discord, which y'all are welcome to join if you haven't yet. I have channels for a simple RPG, but I haven't really fleshed it out much. But I'm going to make a resources channel where I will post, yeah, RPG Maker resources that I've found in my game making, so that you can go there and look at that stuff yourself. But I mean, you know, everything that I will find and post there, it's all stuff that you'd be able to find yourself as well. But if there's ever anything that I talk about on stream, and that I've used in the process of making this game, I will post links to them. And I think I'm gonna make it like forum post based, so that way I can group, you know, like this is the assets group, this is the just the, you know, database resources, all that kind of stuff. Cool, I will definitely need that. Yeah, I need to, when I get a moment, I'll make it and start adding stuff to it. And yeah, and so one of the things I would add is that damage formula spreadsheet. But yeah, this is a way we can make this more interesting, is that this will use we want to use the attack stat. Oh, actually no, his attack stat is cruddy as well. He has pretty mid boring stats, but that's kind of the point. He's a tank. He's just a healthy boy. Maybe it's his defense stat. Maybe it's his defense stat. His defense stat against their magic defense stat. Which makes sense, right? Because he's a buff boy. He's a tank. So it's all about, yeah, drawing strength from protecting others, that allows him to do the damage that he does. I could just make this the magic defense stat as well if I wanted, but because they're identical. Actually, no, the defense stat is going to be, eventually gets higher than the magic defense stat. So yeah, that's good to keep it as defense. Defense is his highest stat. So yeah, that will make that more powerful, but it now costs more to cast it. Where were we? Troops. Wait, was there something else I was doing? I wanted to change that. Wait, why'd that go to 14? 10. Troops. Troopy boys. Also, just checking my messages. Making sure. Okay. Okay, what else are we doing? Two rogues chilling in a hot tub 5 feet apart because they're not gay. Okay. How do we make this? I feel like we're just going to keep using this gimmick, right? Of having an extra enemy appear in the battle. But instead of 2 rogues, let's do 2 knights. And although there's already an encounter like that, isn't there? No, there's not. Okay. Two knights, and then Pickle Pierre shows up to back him up. And what's interesting about this is that when you're powerful enough, you can end these fights faster, but then you miss out on more XP. But yeah, it's interesting. Does the reinforcement still work when the player is by themselves? Pickle Pierre is integral, yes. Yes, yeah, because it depends on what we're using to trigger it. So what we're using to trigger it at the moment is turns. So after a certain number of turns within the battle, the that's when the enemy will appear. You can do it based on HP. So maybe we'll make this one based on HP instead, so that this will always happen. So once the Earth Knight, the first Earth Knight, is down to 50% health, that is when Pickle Pierre will show up as a reinforcement. But I could do it as well as a beat you while you're down kind of thing. That, you know, this triggers when if the knight's health gets below, 20%. So you're at 20% health, and then suddenly 3 more enemies show up. Like, oh my gosh. So if you're making like a very brutal sort of game, that's an extra way, rather than just making the combat really hard. Like, you make the encounters extra punishing. So kicks you while you're down kind of thing. Be very funny. Yeah, so Pickle Pierre is going to show up when one of these knights gets down to 50% HP. So that's that. 2 mages. 2 Pickle Pierres. And then a rogue shows up. But what's the condition? Turns? After 3 turns, they appear. Okay. Okay. A single knight. Okay. And then 3 turns. So you gotta kill him. 3 turns. Or else four wolves show up. And again, you can just run away, but that'll be funny. Wait, let's see. Let's see what that looks like. See what that looks like. I mean, we could kill. We can probably kill him in 1 turn. Man, why is his attack so weak? Why can't I do big slash? Why can't I do big slash? What? Why can't I do big slash? Did I do something? Did I change something? Big slash. Sword. 10 TP. Oh, why is it such a menu screen? What the hell? When did that happen? That's random. That's weird. Why did it do that? Okay. Sick blade. What? What happened to all my skills? Why did this happen? Never. Battle screen. Okay, that's weird. Why did that... Anyway. Me when my name is RPGMaker and I have enemies that are front-facing during side view battles. Yes. Well, this is because this is from VX Ace. So they're... Yeah, maybe I shouldn't use any of the VX Ace sprites. We're probably gonna kill him. Yeah, we killed him. Okay. We should make it. You may do whatever you want. That's true. But no, it does, you know, you gotta think aesthetically. But this is meant to be ugly. This is meant to be quick and dirty. This is why we've been able to make so much of it already, you know? Oof. That's a big attack. There we go. Just 4 wolves appear suddenly. But this is when Big Slash comes in handy. Smoke bomb as well. Yeah, we'll see the smoke bomb coming today. Oh, and we can do fireball. Wait, why is he not level 3? What the hell? What is going on? Why is all my stuff bugging out? Holy Smite. Mace. Yeah. Cleric. Level 3. Holy Smite. Did I accidentally... Anyway. Let's just do Healing Balm. Oh! This is why it's dangerous. Oh my gosh. Troll knows it's the player controlling the party. He's trying to break the 4th wall. Right? Why is he looking directly at me? Let's do another... let's do a mana slash. We've got to reduce their mana so they can't... Sick Blade? Why don't I have Holy Smite? What is going on? Wait. Why did it change to Arcana? What the frig is going on? Why did all this stuff suddenly bug out? Someone hacking me? What's going on? Okay, that's annoying. After you change everything that was messed up, maybe saving the heart. Yeah. So I think we're gonna die, guys. We lost the mage. The mage had the ability to do a fire attack to everyone, which is what they're all weak against. Ooh, they're missing that. Oh, they're missing because they're all blind. I'm like, why are they missing their attacks? Whoa, that does heaps of MP damage. That's good. So now, with all that MP damage, they're not going to be able to... you know, do things. Ooh, I've got poison. Let's heal poison. Look at this. Cleric is doing something. Yeah, take that, boy. Yeah, none of their attacks are hitting. Way to go, cleric. Big slash. Sick boy. Also, is this the combat music that I chose? This isn't the default battle music, is it? No, I just remember it being different last time. Oh, I'm going crazy. Okay, so the rogue really just posed a great threat to... Well, no, because we managed it effectively, right? Using the smoke bomb skill and... You know, but that fight could have gone so much quicker if the mage was still alive. So... Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That was good. That was fun. Cool. All right, one last troop to make. Yeah, see, we did have that. It's 2 mages in a rogue. Yeah, so that one's already there. What do we want to do? What do we want to do? 5 rogues. And a new one appears every 2 turns. So if you kill them fast enough, it's not going to be a problem. But if you don't kill them fast enough, you end up with 5 rogues. Let's do it. I don't know if I'm doing this in the right order. 2 turns. Can you set up an autosave system that saves every 10 minutes and saves 6 saves before writing over itself? Within the game, you mean? Or for me while I'm working on the project? Your project. Maybe. I don't have the technology. I don't know how to do that. But if you figure it out and you would like to implement that for me, that'd be great. Oops. Let's see how that works out. I don't know if I did this right. Oh, seriously, 200 damage. Why do they always... Oh. One turn? 2 turn? 3 turn? 4 turn. Oh, he he start at, right, so that's turn 1. Wait, if I turn end. Okay, so at the end of turn 1, not at the start, right? They're just sort of appearing straight randomly. Turn end? Yeah. Turn end. We want it to be turn end or while, yeah. Or as soon as they hit below 50% HP, the mage just suddenly appears. Yeah, that's fine. Also turn end. I like the surprise appearing of the clerics. And that's turn end. That's turn end. Okay. Oh, I need to change that to F. Again, we can come up with endless, infinite combination of troops, right? Which is nice that you can handcraft everything, but at the same time too, you know, you just wish you could have a button that just says randomly generate, you know, like pick from this pool of enemies and randomly generate encounters. This, again, probably a plugin for it to do that. Okay, so we've got... Did we add an 8th troop? We did, didn't we? Ground floor 8. Okay. And then when we get to the first floor, we need our region drawer. Go boom. So okay, let's do this to make things a little more interesting. I can say that this section is enemies number 2, this section's enemy 3, and this section here is enemy 4. Okay, we'll do that there. Yeah. That'll be 3. That'll be 4. And that's 2. Yep. And so when we go in here, and we do our first floor 1, we say region 1. First floor 2, region 2. First floor 3, region 3. First floor 4, region 4. First floor 5, region 4. First floor 6, region 3. Oops. Region 3. First floor 7, region 2. First floor 8. Oops. Region 1. So, yeah. Well, only when you're walking on these certain tiles in these certain sections will you get certain encounters to do the thing, to make it more interesting and varied. And you know, you could say that maybe in the first section you only verse one type of troop, and then In the second area, you verse 2 kinds and 3 kinds and 4 kinds. You know, there's a million different ways that you could, you know, and you could do it like a bell curve, you know. So when you're in the middle section, which, you know, with depending on how you've mapped your map out, maybe it's the biggest section. And within that biggest section, you can fight the most different kinds of enemies. And then as you get further away, that goes down again. Yeah, all kinds of ways you can do it. But here's a very basic, simple representation of how that would go. Maybe just for my eyeballs, we will only show it on the walkable areas, so we can see things properly. Also, we want to get rid of the encounters there. Yeah, that's better. Okay. And then level 3, for simplicity's sake, we'll go back to just having it like this. Okay. And please tell me. Okay, I did do that properly. And for this one, we will do Earth Temple level 2, region 1, 3. And so this is the thing you've got to consider too, right? Is if you make up, you know, an infinite number of encounters, then you have to put in all of these encounters. But this is only if you're using the random encounter system. Also, what have we got here? 30 steps. We'll keep it at 30 for now, because these maps are small, right? Because they're not the proper maps. Okay, let's excuse me. Okay, is everything set up right? Am I gonna have excuse me, am I gonna have more problems with skills not doing things properly? Battle screen, god powers, always. We don't have a revive skill, but I do want the revive skill to be later on. Bless you. Thank you. Cool. Guys, we are like a quarter of the way there. We have all the enemies for the Earth Temple. We have all the skills from levels 1 to 3. Oh, do I want to change these attacks? No. They're fine. Okay. What level are we? Level 1. So if we... Let's see what happens if we venture ahead. And face some level 2 enemies, right? So we're only level 1. We should probably take out the mage first, because they can do a lot of damage. Oh, jeez. Oh! Oh! Wait, what happens if we lose? You die in the game, you die in real life. I'm surprised. The mage survived. Oh, we get a game over screen. Right, so that's interesting. That's interesting. So, is there... So there's no way to set it that if you die from random encounters. I love this game. Yeah, there's no way to set it that if you die from random encounters, you don't get a game over screen. So this is again another advantage of having, rather than random encounters like these, having excuse me, having, what are we talking about? Like physical enemies that chase you and like an event that you interact with, because then you can set battle processing and you can set battle processing. Oh, excuse me. You can set battle processing and you can make it so that if you lose, it doesn't go to a game over screen. Static enemies. I'll show you what I mean. What you can do. Take out this cleric, man. Also gotta take out this wolf. Yeah, okay, good. Wait, was that a critical hit or a normal hit? That did so much damage. Oh, come on. So tired. It's been a long stream. I think I gotta nerf the clerics a little bit, or maybe just not put them in as many encounters. 'Cause look, they take no damage, man. I need to. I should give the cleric a power that restores MP. That way when the cleric and mage are together, they're just like dynamic duo. No, stop healing. Wing. Fire shot. Yeah. Nice. Wait, how much? Current XP 30, next level 60. Oof. Okay. So obviously we'd be wandering through a bigger map, right? This is where we're really just testing the combat. We're not fully playtesting the full experience of traveling through the game. Let's do a little knight. Let's do sick blade on the wolf. Oh my gosh! I mean, when the rogue can just... Oh my god, no! Well, oh my gosh. It's okay, we have money. We can go to the inn. It's gonna die again. They're too fragile. Might have to nerf the rogue a little bit. Because again, you got to think about it. This is friction. You know, it was easy for us to leave the Earth Temple just then because it's a box, right? But obviously it's going to be a much more sprawling level. And so if I have 2 party members die, you know, right at the start there, yeah, that's, you know, then you got to walk all the way back to get to the inn if you didn't have enough money to buy, you know, the revives that are 100 gold. I buy revives. Uh-oh. 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 So maybe you should definitely have the king be like, here, I will give you the royal supplies. So you start off with like 5 revives, 10 potions. Big slash. Oh yeah, so we're carrying our AP. See, our AP stays with us. So I'm realizing at the moment, none of the skills that the knight and the rogue have use any MP. So I feel like I should make there be an MP cost, but it's going to be very low. But it still drains resources, right? So you will eventually run out of MP, and you will have to charge to regain it. What am I doing? Battle Arts, Big Slash, Fire Shot. You gotta get rid of the rogue, man. The rogue's too dangerous. Sick Blade on the cleric, so the cleric keeps losing health. And I guess cleric can just attack. Don't! Oh my gosh! The mage is never gonna level up. The mage is never gonna level up. Your friends are playing Arc Raiders instead of supporting the stream. Shame. Who's playing Arc Raiders? Are you talking about yourself, trailer? Add magic coating to knife. Fire knife for rogue. Well, that's the thing. I want the characters to stay within their respective class. So the mage is all about doing the elemental damage. The rogue only does status attacks, and the cleric is the healer. You know, does buffs, whatever. But can also deal out a bit more damage. And the knight is the one that will be the all-rounder and can do some status effect attacks, which, you know, they'll gain from whichever party member they get rid of. Yeah. It popped up on your Steam. Oh, okay. I did not pay attention to that. I really should turn those notifications off. Sick blade. Wait, I have a revive, right? Yes. Okay, let's revive the mage. Excuse me, that's rude. Oh my god! I was just about to say, why is she being targeted so much? Have I set the target rate wrong? I put her target rate to 75%. She should not be getting targeted this much. Doxing your friends. Yeah, exactly, right? No, don't heal first. Oh. Oof. The players get to purchase stronger equipment in the town. Maybe some armor would help against the road. Yes, yes, we haven't made... That's actually the other thing that I need to make, is the level 1 through 3 equipment. You're correct, Une. Thanks for bringing that up. Yeah, let's get rid of the knight. The cleric can't do any damage. The knight is... Who do I heal? The mage or the rogue? Let's heal the mage. Okay. Ooh. Oh, okay. Hey. Okay, we survived. It took both. Yeah, maybe I need to buff. Maybe the defense stats are too weak. But that's the point. I need the mage to be fragile. But maybe the mage should have a bit more health. Maybe they should all have 100 health. And it's not until the second level that you start to see a difference in their HP. But keep it 100. Keep it 100 as a baseline. Maybe? Give her a magic barrier spell. Where she can increase defense. Well, maybe the cleric should have more buffs. But it's hard because this is level 1, right? I don't want to... The idea was that they're not stacked with skills, you know, because you gain them throughout. I'll give XP even if down. Yeah, there's no way to do that. It's hard-coded into the game. I'm pretty sure. Plug in. I know. Shut up. Let's do skills. We have potions? No. How are we gonna heal the rogue? We're gonna have to do it in battle. Magic barrier would be cool. Yeah. Well, look, the charge skill, right, has a... Because the charge skill has a cost, right, which is your defense skill, it... what am I saying? because it has a cost, right? You can't spam it. But this could be a buff as well, because it does add the guard state, right, which halves any damage you receive. So we could make it that that skill, that state, the guard state, lasts for more than one turn. So maybe if we add a little little one of these, we make it last for 2 turns, because 3 turns will be a bit much, right? But 2 turns does something. Maybe survivability. Let's try 3 turns. Save. How close are we to level 2? Oh my gosh, one more. Oh. Okay. Alright, let's get rid of the rogue. Oh. Oh, yeah, the crit. Guys, this is going to push us over the line. We're going to get to level 2. Oh, yeah, charge. Thought I just saw a sword named Booger. You did see a sword named Booger. Sounds like something Coco would. Now, I put it in because I was just like, guys, you can literally name your items whatever you want. But please, someone submit a thingamabob. Use your channel points. Change the name. Change the name. I mean, I can change it anytime. Ooh, alright, I'm poisoned, but I don't have a way to heal. Let's charge again. This can charge too, so we can use... Oh my gosh. Yeah, see, so you take way less damage when you're guarding. Is 3 turns... 3 turns might be too much, though. The Booger. The sword named Booger. Trailer assumed that it was something you did. Oh, also, we gotta change Big Slash to Coco Slash. Gut Punch knocks the wind out of an enemy, removing their AP. Well, it could be MP. Wait, name a skill. Oh, I need to be more specific about that. You can just change the name of skills that I already made. You don't get to pick what the skill does. But we could call the MP slash Gut Punch. If you want to change the name that you've submitted. Didn't you make one that does that? Yeah, that's what I'm saying is... I should specify in the thing, but you just get to name the skill. You don't get to tell me. You don't get to tell me. You don't get to tell me what the skill actually does. You just get to change the name of it. Which is dangerous because you could change it to something that doesn't make any sense whatsoever to the skill. But... oh, it was MP, not AP. Yeah, MP. I'm not making... what am I saying? I'm not making enemies use AP. How much money do we have? 60 gold. That's enough to go to the inn. I need to lower the price of the inn. Yay. Can I make it 10 gold? 15 gold maybe? 20 gold. 20 gold. I got confused, the MP one. Okay, we'll call it Gut Punch. And I'll make it more of a punch attack animation. He has Monopoly, so the inn is going to be pricey. Yeah. No, his prices will definitely increase as you progress through the game. But I just set it at 50 gold because I just did it as a placeholder. But obviously now that we're playing the game and with the current economy within the game, you know, we're not earning a lot of gold. Which I guess is another incentive to engage with the fishing minigame, because that's a good way to make some quick money. Well, not quick, but make a lot of money that way. Good thing you have a shack to stay in. That's right. Cool, let's save. Okay, so now we have our level 2 skills. Big slash, mana slash. Wait, did I save? I just saved. Let's exit for a second. And what are we doing? Skills. Okay, so this needs to be Coco Slash. Coco Slash. Oh no, we said it was going to be Dio Slash, didn't we? Dio Slash. Named by Coco Dio. Music. Yep, thanks for banning it for me, even though I'm renting it. It's like, it's abandoned, but I keep seeing these bills appear at the front of my door every month. Dio Slash and Gut Punch. Gut Punch. What was your description? Knocks the wind out of all enemies, reducing their MP. TJ works too much. Exactly. I'm leaving money anonymously. Yeah. I leave the money out, and when I come in the morning, it's gone. Gut Punch. So there's a good punch hit special. Let's look at the animations. Hit special. Nice. I don't want it to just be one big punch, right? It's like, that's right. We'll do this one now for a placeholder. I'm gonna change the animation to screen instead. Yeah. Okay, was there anything else we needed to do? Oh, let's go to the inn and change the 20 gold to stay. Check if gold is 20. Change gold by 20. I'm going to do the same thing here. 20 gold. 20 gold. 20 gold. So killing 2 level 1 enemies will give you enough gold to stay at the end. I think that's reasonable. We are adding our own lore to the game. And that's exactly what I want. If you go, hey, if you guys can be the ones right now to set up the wiki for the game, and you can make up all your own stuff, and I'll just have to accept it. All right. So we're level 2 now. Oh, let's even though our economy's not great, so but let's do weapons and armor. So wait, let's have a look. What do we, what did I say? So from levels 1 to 3, you can get 2 types of body armor, 1 type of head armor, and 2 types of weapons. So 2 types of weapons. So these are level 1 weapons. These are your fishing weapons. Fishing gear. I need to separate these. That's right, we'll just leave it as is. Spaghetti code. So I need another 4 weapons. So what's that, 12? Look, let's just make this 100, okay? Okay. Oh, look at this joke. Booger. I picked this myself. I picked this weapon. I like how TJ is helping shady people without knowing. Or maybe he does. It's all part of his web. The dark web. It would. Bonk. It stabs. Okay, let's change that back to sword. Simple sword. Simple dagger. Simple staff. Simple mace. Okay, and then we're going to take these and drop them down here. Also, are these too expensive? You start off with 5,000 gold. Maybe these are too expensive. We should reduce the cost of all these. So that you have a bit more money to buy supplies and things. Does booger poison enemies by chance? No. No. TJ has a big heart. Yeah. Causes enemies to flee when attacked by. I mean, 100. Should it just be 100 gold per level? Let's reduce that to 0 so you can't actually sell fishing gear. You need that with you. You know, dire sword. Secret dagger. gnarled staff. Blessed mace. Sure. Okay, so these are level 3. Level 1 weapon. Okay. Stronger than the average sword. Secret dagger. Favored by assassins. Gnarled staff. Infused with mana for more potent magic. Blessed mace. Radiates with holy energy. So we're gonna make it 300 because you're level 3. So it's 100 gold per level. Maybe +5 attack. We doubling? Double +1? 6 +1? 7? 4 +1? 5? 2 +1? 3? 2 +1? 3. Let's yeah. Cool. So remember guys, you can change the names of any of this equipment as well with your channel points. Okay. So those weapons are there. Oh, well. How am I going to do this? Because I'm saying that this equipment unlocks at different levels. Can you put level restrictions? I don't think you can. Again, that's a plugin thing. Yeah. I guess one way around it is to be a really stupid way around it, but you could create weapon types. You could make this sword 1 and then sword 2, sword 3, sword 4, you know, for the level that it is, sword 3. And then no, that wouldn't work either. No. Never mind. Never mind. So how am I gonna make it? Well, actually, this kind of works. This works for the weapon shop at least. Welcome to my humble weapon shop. If additional branch actor level this is a cheeky way to do it, because I know that the knight will only have the gut punch skill when they're level 2. Is there another way? No. You could create a variable, right, where you say player level, right, and if player level equals 2, else, okay, else this. If player level equals 2, but then we run a check as a parallel event level check. And when we're in here, control variables, we go player level set to game data actor level. It's really annoying that you have to go through this many steps to just pull the level when you can't just have access to this game data straight away and say, can you check the game? Can you check this? You have to store it as a variable. It's really stupid. Well, maybe it's not. It probably makes sense programming wise. But yeah, I want to say night level. See, but this is should it always be tied to the knight? Because what sucks, right, is if the knight keeps dying in battle and everybody else levels up, you're not going to unlock the higher level equipment until you level up the knight. So unless I were to like do add but anyway, set to level of the knight. So it'll check that and store that variable straight away. And then we could just do erase event. So it won't keep running this parallel event in the background. Where's that? Erase event. Okay. So it'll do that check once, store the variable, and we're safe to do that because there's no way to increase your level while you're in the store. So it's not going to change from while you're in there. So we do that. And then when we talk to the shop, if the player level is equal to 2, well, actually, we want it to be 3. Player level is equal to 3, then the shop has more. I should do equal to or greater than 3. Then what am I doing? Weapons. Dire sword. Secret dagger. Gnarled staff. Blessed mace. So I was thinking that another way I could do this is I could store the level. I could add the level of each character to the variable. And so then, if all the party is level 2, then we'll check is the player level equal to 8 or more, then show but that wouldn't work because one, we lose party members, so that would change the sums and blah 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 blah. yeah, so this is fine for now as it is. And yeah, so if player level is equal to 3, then you get access to more weapons. But again, this is like a friction thing as well, right? Because if you want to get these stronger weapons, then you'll need to leave the temple. So you'll have to leave to come back to get better equipment if you want to do that. So I have to make it as well that while you're in the temple that you might find this equipment as well. So I don't know. We got to think about it. Okay, so I need to actually make that greater than or equal to 3. Because if the player gets to level 4, then they suddenly don't have access to this anymore. So yeah, if player level 3, okay. When are the other weapon times? 5, 7, and 10. 5. If I do conditional branch, variable, player level equal or greater than 5. Needs an else if anyway, we won't do that now. We'll do that when we get to it. Okay. So we got. Also, I need to increase the stats of these weapons more because I was thinking these were level 2 weapons, but these are going to be level 3. So we'll again double it. +1, 10, 11. Double it. 14 +1, 15. Double it. 11. Double it. 6 +1, 7, 7. Yeah, so that's a big stat boost. Bigger stat boost. Okay, armors. So we've got helmets and body. Helmets and body. So how many more? Well, okay, well the helmet's not going to change, and they shouldn't actually be available until level 2. The head armor. I need to change that. And body armor at level 3. So okay, so we just need 3 more body armors. 4 body armors. What's this? Level 2 headgear. Level 1 armor. Yeah. And this is level 3 armor. Ooh. Boom. Boom. Steel armor. Wow, how original. Fine cloak. Magic robes. Magic robes. Vestige of God. How do you do better than Vestige of God? We need to change that. Let's just call it Vestige. And then call this Holy Vestige. So those stats are fine, I guess. And those... Well, actually, no, these should be a little bit better. So times 2 plus 1, 5. Times 2 plus 1, 3. Times 2 plus 1, 5. Times 2 plus 1, 3, 3. Yeah. And then this needs to be times 2 plus 1, 5. Times 2 plus 1, 11. Times 2 plus 1, 3. Times 2 plus 1, 7. Times 2 plus 1, 5. Times 2 plus 1, 11. Times 2 plus 1, 3, 7, 7. Coco stopped by my stream today and discovered I'm actually not an RPGMaker dev. Oh, he didn't know that? That's funny. RPGMaker dev yet. Didn't you say you bought MZ as well? Okay, so we've got more robes. Now. Hmm. Okay, I did buy it. Haven't opened it. Yeah. Other game priorities. It's alright. I ain't judging. Playing idle games though. Conditional branch. Let's get out of this for a second. Let's go to the weapon shop. Let's steal that variable check, level check thing. I was lied to. Okay, conditional branch, variable, player level greater than or equal to 2, else if it's greater than or equal to 2, paste, paste. If it's greater than or equal to 2, this will show up. Else, when you pick helmets, let's see. Wait, I haven't put in all the faces yet, have I? No. She says, I don't have any in stock yet. Okay. But if greater than 2, then helmets will appear. And then we say, no, that's if initial branch variable player level is greater than 3, else. Copy, paste. Greater than 2. I'm going to do that, show that, and that. Oh, we got to change the price of all the armors. Steel armor, cloak, magic robes. Holy vestige. Okie dokie. Okay. Save. Oh, what am I doing? This one. Sorry, Coco. Did not mean to deceive. Wait. I was lied to. Not right now. Working on my card game. Maybe later you can transfer your card game to RPGMaker. Probably need to get a plugin. Yeah. There's a plugin for that. All right. So we're doing simple pricing. 100, 100, 100, 100, 100. Actually, no, this should be 200 because it's level 2, right? 200, 200, 200, 100, 100, 100, 100, 300, 300, 300, 300. Okay. Item shop. Are we changing the items that we get as we get higher levels? Maybe this one will make simpler. The item shop improves as you beat the temples. So we could do new event page, switch, Earth boss defeated, right? Earth boss defeated, and you know there'll be different items. Card minigame? Yes. Why not? Cool. So, now that we've done all that, also, do I need to change? I already kind of fixed the pricing of my items, right? 25. I think these need to be considerably cheaper. Given that you could go to the inn and fully heal for 20 gold. Maybe 10 gold? Big juice. 15, sure. Spell herb. 20. Revive. Maybe we'll make the revive 50. A bit more attainable. Is that it? Those are all the items that I have so far. Fate's 10, that's fine. Okay. This is going to slowly turn into the Wario mini game. Yeah. Really? Woo! Also, does anyone know how to code a card game? It's a very broad question. Because a card game, like what? Like solitaire? Card game could be an infinite number of things. Rummy. Is this a rummy mod? Okay, so we only have 10 gold. Let's boost ourselves. 1,000 gold. Equipment? Okay. Okay. It's a homebrew version of rummy. Nice. Is it called Crummy? It would also be as complicated as Gwent from The Witcher or just simple blackjack. Yeah. What can I help you with? Helmets? Alright, we're level 2, so that's why we can access them. What can I help you with? What can I help you with? We call it Lucia's game, but for the game it will be Lucia's Rummy. Nice. Let me just say that for a second, because I did not like that. Sure. Mm, mm, mm. Yeah. Fine. Yeah. Yeah. It's better. I have to sleep. Scoop, scoop, creep, scope, creep, scope, creep. Night Coco. Simple RPG farming system. Ugh. Ugh. Don't do this to me. What can I help you with? Cool. You're doing so well. Dynamic day and night cycle? Would that include more map for both day and night? No, you don't have to make... Well, it depends on how your day-night cycle works. But you can... Graphically, you can simply just have a timer, and then when that timer reaches, you know, a certain number, it triggers a tint screen event, and it will make, you know, the screen go darker and whatever. And then, you know, again, the timer starts again, and once it hits the time, it will switch to light. But obviously, if you're wanting to be more involved and have, you know, NPCs only be around, you know, during the night or only during the day, then yeah, that would get more complicated. Seamless transition, yeah. So waiting for the dating sim. Look, maybe we'll put it in. Okay, now that we've got some money and cheaper items, let's definitely buy some revives. Some potions. So I think I need to make an item that allows you to return to the hub town quickly, maybe. But then do I make it like a Diablo portal where you can return to your last position? Because otherwise that would be annoying, right? Having to go through the dungeon again. We'll look into that. Oh, look, it's called Gut Punch now. Dio Slash. Let's just see what that looks like. Work on. Whoa! Oh, right, these are level 1 enemies. I was like, why am I so much stronger? forgot that charge, because the enemies use charge, now they get they get the guard status as well, making them take more damage. I need to remove that. I need to give them a separate skill. Skills. Now, there's definitely... So this meditation skill, maybe I'll just use that. But I'll just call it charge as well. Allows the enemy to recover MP. Skill type, enemy skills. What do we have here? TP cost. Well, TP cost doesn't matter because they don't have TP. Does it recover? Yeah, still recovers 50% MP. They don't get to guard either. That's the same. Will it have the 2000 speed as well? So it prioritizes that move? Why not? Okay. Enemies. Ugh. Actually, no, this isn't that difficult. I just change that. Copy. Paste. 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 Also, I need to end the stream, guys. This is going on too long. I mean, I've got the day off tomorrow, so I can have a bit of a sleep in, but it'd be nice to not be up too late. Okay. There. That's fixed. Okay. So now we can fight level 2 enemies without dying horribly. Also, let's solve the puzzle. 9. Smoke bombers is too good. Okay. There we go. Nice. Take him out, boys. Yeah. See, and what's kind of good about this, right, is that by level 3, and by the time you get through the Earth Temple, it should actually feel like with this complete party that you're pretty unstoppable. like between the skills that you all have and the stats that you have, you should feel like, you know, with all of us together, there's no stopping us, kind of thing. And then that's where it has even more impact, that you realize you have to give up one of these, one of the pieces of the puzzle, right? Because they all hopefully serve a worthwhile function. What was it, 9? Six, 7. Oh, we got 6, 7, guys. Coco, I'm sorry you've gone to sleep, man. You missed that. Oh, this. Oh, right, because there's only 2 types of encounter we can have in this area. Let's do gut punch. Reduce the spells there. Fire shot. Get rid of dial the time. And that's what will be funny too, right? Is that, yeah, that will influence. But this is the thing. The mage, yeah, is actually going to be pretty OP. But I'm also going to make it narratively. You're kind of going to lean towards wanting to get rid of the mage first. But the mage's story, if you fully uncover it, is going to be more well, I say this, more interesting, more heartbreaking if you learn their full story and then you understand certain things about them and their motivations for wanting the treasure. Gut punch. Oh, the magic evasion. Hello. But yeah, the rogue does a lot to, like, I think the smoke bomb is actually like really good because it removes a lot of the scariness from the fight. Let's heal the rogue. Keeping the mage can be deemed harmony. Well, yeah, that's the thing is, you know, certain things you'd be giving up. Whoa. Whoa, what happened to the rogue? My gosh. See, this is good. The combat's still quite challenging. Uh-oh. Oof. Now the mage is living while everyone else is dying, yeah. As I say that, the mage has the most health percentage. Yeah, right? Mage needs to charge. Gosh, kill the knight. I think I might make the heal more. Just to make it more worthwhile. Because it's kind of sucky. 30%. The kind of damage we're receiving, sometimes like what they heal is exactly what gets taken away. It's kind of useless. To the road. Maybe I need to reverse engineer this actually. I should make the skills be more, early on, be more focused on helping the whole party. And then as you get less party members, because it would be stupid, right? If you've got the cleric and their highest level healing skill heals everyone, which doesn't make sense because by the time you are at that high level, it's just going to be you and the knight, right? So I should reverse engineer it so that the first healing skill you get as the cleric actually heals everyone. Maybe not as strong, but it heals everyone. And so it's really useful in this starting area, and you go, wow, this is great. He's got this skill, it heals everybody. Like, I'm not having to just focus my healing on one person at a time, yada, yada, yada. And then as you go on, you realize actually that it's not as useful. It becomes less useful because it doesn't heal for as much. So the more powerful healing spells he has when he's higher level only focus on one person but heal a lot more health. So what? 6, 7, and 9? They combine together. 6, 7, 12, 13? Also, let's use... I actually need to buy... Okay, so... I'm realizing... because I'm forgetting about using healing items outside of battle, right? I think that's where healing items are actually more useful, is outside of battle. Within battle, they're kind of useless. Like, it's better to use a skill, but the value of items is actually going to be outside of combat. Because the mana potions, I'm like, again, why would you use a mana potion that only heals 10 MP when you can use the charge skill, which heals 50% of your MP? But outside of combat, using as many mana potions as you need to get your mana back up to full, that makes sense. I didn't buy any mana potions because I'm stupid and I don't know how to play the game, because I literally... I was born yesterday. This game was born yesterday. We're making it as we go. Yeah, see, we already used 5 potions. And so it is kind of good that the healing items are relatively cheap. Because you're actually going to be using them a lot outside of combat. If you're smart. If you are smart about playing the game. Yeah. So that's interesting, because that's another thing you worry about, right? Is if within the battle, your skill economy, your resources, you're never actually weighing them up or considering them. But what's interesting too is that outside of combat, is, you know, all of these skills that you have are not as useful. Using the healing spell is actually not effective outside of combat. Like, you're definitely better off buying items and using items. Was it 6, 7, and 9? 13? 13 and 9? 9 and 13? That's 4? Ah, it's easy. Dodged it. Like I have to think about English. Yeah, no, I can't. Well, that's the reason I set it up, that every time you start a new game, those tablets are always going to have different numbers. It's not a set answer every time. We're level 3. Hey, that worked out well. Progression wise, we got, although we're going to have to adjust that because you know, this area is obviously going to be a lot bigger, but then we can just increase the encounter steps, so it takes longer to actually get into a battle. That's an easy way for us to account for things. Okay. Still level 3 encounter. Oh, I just remembered that these are the encounters where more enemies are going to drop in if we don't do things quick enough. Wait. Also, why don't I have my proper spells? Wait, is the mage not level 3 yet? The mage didn't level up. Also... Wait, why don't I have my... Did this do something again? Right, it must be because I used the save that didn't have the proper skills yet. That's right, when we get to level 3, our other spells will come with us. We can do Holy Smite, yes! Oof. Oof. We can just blame Coco for the game break. Hey, that does good damage. Big slash, come on. Dio slash. Mage kept dying, so they were caught lacking. Yeah. It's true. Okay, this is getting gnarly. This is... I need, See, and the only reason I survived that attack is because I have charge. So I have the guard up. Otherwise, I probably would have died. So that's... Yeah, I really need to change the healing balm spell to heal the whole party. Oh, I need to remove the status elements as well. God damn. Okay, we're surviving. Ugh. See, the cleric, he a tanky boy. He a tanky boy. Yes! Fireball learned, Water Nuke learned, Earth Shattered learned, Silent Blade learned, yes. Let's save. Let's get out of here. Face the boss. But who do we get rid of? Pretty tired. I wouldn't mind hanging out here. See, the mage wants to go. Will you stay? Things will only get harder for me, especially if I'm not around. What do you think? I mean, I am the healer, but someone has to say. Chat, who are we getting rid of? Cleric, rogue, or mage? Cleric has spells now that attack all enemies. Mage. Nice. Alright. Say goodbye to the mage then. Getting tired of running around. I could use a break. Let me get the water gem. Leave the Earth Temple and head back to the hub town. Alright, nighttime. Oh, we still have poison on us. The cleric's gonna die. Wait. Status remover. There we go. I'm tired, but also really need a drink. We need to talk about what's happened. Let's go to the bar. Okay, so we're gonna go to the bar. Great minds think alike. At the same time. Your party has gotten smaller. Where is the sleepy one? Crazy time of the Earth Temple, right? At least we are one step closer to the treasure. Earth Temple? I'm sad there weren't more valuables in there. Sounds like that Earth Temple was quite the challenge. Where is the sleepy one? Yes, time for bed. Hey, what happens if we try to go back in? Sorry guys, that's it for tonight. Talk to the party again. Do you think they'd notice if I stole that painting? Where would you even hide it? I have my ways. I don't know if I'll be able to sleep tonight. Have you tried canning sheep? Works for me. Welcome to my inn. You look like you've had a rough day. Your stay is on me. Thank you. Enjoy your rest. Please come again. We should go and see the king to update him on our progress. There we go. So now we have a smaller party. What did I want to do? So I wanted to change the healing skill. Healing bomb. Heals the party for 30% HP. All allies. Okay. Same for status remover. Removes all status effects from the party. And you think, God, that's for 5 MP from the whole party? That's crazy talk. You won't have a party. So that's cool. And that's fine. I like that the mage is still weak at the start. And by level 3 does get spells that attacks multiple enemies, but still like not their full potential, right? But if you carry them through to, also I don't think I gave enough slots for all the spells. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Oh no, I did. That's fine. Yeah, 3. Wait. Level 1, level 3, level 6, level 10. Yeah. That's fine. But yeah, by the end, they're gonna be hella strong. But still, you know, glass cannon. Mage gets Doom at the end. Hey, if you save up those channel points, you can change the name of the spell, one of the spells, to Doom. It is possible. Yeah. Did I want to do anything different? Oh. Oh no. I just needed to do that for my party. I needed to go buy more MP, big juice. Need to buy some big juice. As named by Coco. Cool. Nice. Yes. That is another way. You could say that. So big, so tall. Yeah. We did it. We have created all the basic enemies for the Earth Temple, level 1 through 3. So next stream, will we do the boss? No, we're gonna keep powering through and do more basic enemies. So we're gonna tackle the water temple next. Do the water temple enemies. So they're gonna have more skills. They're gonna have 3 skills each. And yeah, levels 3 through 6. So, mm-hmm. Goals. Yeah, we did a lot. That's crazy. That's crazy. Notice how I keep saying that's crazy because my vocabulary, my articulation. Gosh, my hair. My articulation is gone, guys. Okay, let's get the energy back for the finish. Because when I'm editing these streams and I'm editing, because I only really edit like the start and the finish. And when I'm editing the finish, and I'm just like, thanks for coming, everyone. Shout outs to trailer. See you guys in the next one. I'm always like, just out of it. I need to like refresh and bring my A game for the end as well. Finish strong. So sleepy. Guys, thank you so much. Thank you for coming to the stream. Lurkers, beautiful, beautiful lurkers. I love you so much. Thank you for all you do within the shadows. It's greatly appreciated. Your viewership means so much to me. Big shout outs to Trailer, Poker, Silver Doubloons. You've been here the whole time too. Also, why have you been here the whole time, Silver? Aren't you usually... Isn't this like a bad time for you, normally? Mune, thank you. Coco, shout outs for coming. Big shout outs to you guys. Love your work. Thank you so much for coming. I've been in and out. My sleep schedule's totally worked out. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it gets better for you. This has been a great stream, guys. I've really loved it. It's Thursday, so yeah, we're going to be waiting until Tuesday for our next RPG stream. Simple RPG stream. If you want to see more crazy combat shenanigans, please come along for that. If you are watching on YouTube, please like the video if you liked what you've seen here. If you've sat through, what is this, 4 hours, nearly 5 hours of content, thank you for your dedication. Please like the video if you enjoyed it. Leave a comment. Tell me in the comments below your favorite skill from an RPG, JRPG that you've played. Your favorite skill, one that was memorable to you, one skill that you were like, I love using this skill. You know, maybe it had a really cool attack animation, maybe just the stat effect that it inflicted was so good. Maybe it had a really good synergy with the rest of the party's skill. Let me know in the comments below. Yes, and subscribe as well, please. Guys, I hit 200 subscribers today. I hit 200 subscribers. So big love to everyone that has subscribed. From all places that you've come from. Really appreciate it. That's crazy. That we've been able to grow that way. So I hope yeah, that we continue to get bigger and better. So thank you so much for your support. Anyway, guys, again, thank you so much. We'll see you next time. Have a good night. Have a great rest of the week. Have a wonderful and exciting weekend. We will see you in the next one. Bye-bye.